What if the echoes of ancient gods still whispered through the winds of Central Asia, waiting to reclaim their power? Beneath the vast steppes, where shadows stretch long and the sky bleeds into twilight, a forgotten world stirs. The chilling howl of the wind carries tales of the Ergenekon, a mythical valley that once sheltered an entire nation from annihilation, a land where time itself seemed to halt, pregnant with possibility and dread. Legends swirl like mist around campfires, where the flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the faces of brave warriors, their eyes glinting with a mixture of hope and fear. The tales speak of the great Gök Tengri, the sky god, whose gaze pierces the heavens and whose breath shapes the earth. But what if the gods have grown restless, their stories entwined with the fate of mankind? The air crackles with tension, thick with the weight of prophecies yet to be fulfilled. A solitary figure rides across the desolate expanse, a shaman cloaked in an aura of mystery. Her heart beats in rhythm with the earth, sensing the stirrings of ancient forces at play. The air is electric, charged with whispers of destiny. As she raises her arms, shadows coalesce, forming a dark cloud that looms in the distance, a storm brewed not just from nature, but from the ambitions of gods and men. Will she harness the power of the sacred to steer her people toward salvation, or will she plunge them into chaos? In the distance, a fire blazes atop a hill, signaling a gathering of clans, their fate hanging precariously in the balance. Old feuds simmer beneath the surface, while alliances weave together and fray like the yarn of a tattered rug. The ancient horsemen, descendants of the mythical heroes, feel the pull of the past as they march toward an uncertain future. They have come to hear the shaman's fateful words, each heart pounding with a mix of trepidation and resolve, knowing that the choices made tonight will echo through the ages. Amidst the cacophony of voices, a chilling prophecy takes form, a vision of an impending darkness that threatens to consume their way of life. The sun dips lower, casting an eerie glow as if the heavens themselves are aware of the storm brewing below. Will the spirit of the wolf, a guardian of the clan, rise to guide them? Or will the serpentine shadows of betrayal slither through the ranks, turning brothers against brothers in a desperate bid for survival? As the first stars pierce the twilight sky, the air thickens with anticipation. A battle is brewing, not just against visible foes, but against the very fabric of fate, woven by ancient hands. Time stands still, and the breath of history feels palpable. A reminder that every choice, every sacrifice, holds the power to shatter the silence of the ages. The moment has arrived, and the realm of the gods waits eagerly to see who will emerge victorious in this timeless struggle, a clash of belief, power, and the indomitable spirit of the Turkic people. What will be the cost of their choices? And will their myths become their salvation or their doom? Beneath the vast, unending skies of Central Asia, where the wind whispers ancient tales, the Turkic people walked with legends wrapped around them, like the soft furs of the steppes. Here, in this boundless wilderness, the line between man and myth blurred like the horizon at dusk. The air was thick with the scent of freedom and the promise of adventure, but it also carried whispers of gods and spirits that shaped the destinies of warriors and wanderers alike. Long before the dawn of written history, when empires were but dreams in the minds of tribes, the Turkic clans roamed the grasslands, their lives intertwined with the mysteries of the earth and sky. They spoke of a great blue sky, Tengri, the all-powerful god who governed the heavens, and commanded the forces of nature. This sky, azure and infinite, was not just a backdrop to their lives. It was alive, pulsating with the energy of creation, imbued with divine presence. To the Turkic people, the sky was both a father and a fearsome deity, watching over them and instilling in them a sense of duty and reverence. The nomadic lifestyle shaped their beliefs as their lives mirrored the rhythms of the land. The Turkic tribes believed every mountain, river, and tree housed spirits, Yirsub, that needed respect and offerings. Each dawn brought the sun god, Ilgen, who painted the horizon with shades of gold and crimson, while each dusk called forth the moon goddess, Ai, to cradle the night in her silvery glow. This celestial dance was a reflection of their own existence, a reminder that life ebbed and flowed, much like the rivers that cut through their vast territories. In the depths of their traditions, the stories of heroes and legendary figures emerged. One such figure was Korkut Ata, a bard whose tales echoed through the valleys, preserving the history and culture of the Turkic people. His songs, woven with threads of bravery, love, and tragedy, spoke to the hearts of the listeners, igniting a fire of pride that burned brightly in the cold nights. Around crackling fires, under the watchful eye of the stars, families gathered to hear of Korkut's adventures, the echoes of his voice bringing warmth to their spirits as they faced the fierce, unyielding elements of their world. Yet, the beauty of Turkic mythology lay not just in its gods and heroes, but also in the way it embraced the very essence of life, the struggle, the love, the loss. The tale of Erlik, the god of death, was a chilling reminder of mortality. Lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim every soul. Erlik, with his dark cloak and piercing gaze, was feared yet respected, for he taught the living to cherish their time. In the cold embrace of the dark, he offered a paradox, that life's most vibrant colors shine brightest against the backdrop of inevitable loss. And then there were the mythical creatures, like the Golya, a magnificent horse with flowing mane and tail made of shimmering stars. It was said that those who could tame Golya would gain unparalleled strength and wisdom, a symbol of the fusion between humanity and the divine. Stories of brave souls seeking Golya's favor swept through the tribes like wildfire, each retelling igniting the imaginations of young and old alike. It was not just about the animal, a magnificent beast of legend, but about the journey, the trials faced, and the bonds forged in pursuit of greatness. As the centuries rolled on, the Turkic tribes began to consolidate, shaping a formidable presence across vast territories. The migration patterns were not merely movements of people, they were a tapestry of cultures weaving together ancient beliefs. The arrival of Islam in the 8th century brought transformation. Yet the Turkic people adeptly fused their traditional beliefs with new narratives. The stories of their ancient gods began to intertwine with the teachings of the new faith, creating a rich, complex mythology that could not be easily stripped away. With every battle fought and every alliance forged, the myths adapted, evolving to reflect the changing landscape of their lives. In the heart of the steppes, tales of valor morphed, echoing the spirits of ancestors who watched over them, guiding each warrior's sword as it sliced through the air. The narratives became a part of the very fabric of their identity, a living testament to their resilience and adaptability. Yet, as whispers of Turkic mythology spread across mountains, through valleys, and into cities, there was an undercurrent of tension, a struggle between the old ways and the new. The richness of their ancient stories became both a source of pride and a burden as the world around them shifted and changed. The old gods, once worshipped with fervor, now found themselves facing the challenge of modernity. In homes where once the smoke from sacred fires spiraled into the night sky, families began to grapple with the pull of city life and industrial progress. The songs of Korkut Ata, once sung with passion, were now often replaced by the clamor of machinery and urban chatter. Yet, in the hearts of many, a flicker of nostalgia remained, a longing for the stories that bound them to their ancestors, a yearning for the wisdom etched in the myths of their forebears. As twilight fell over the steppes, the stories of old began to shimmer anew, not just as tales of the past, but as beacons of identity and spirit. The Turkic people found themselves in a dance between what was and what could be, a delicate balance of embracing modernity while honoring their rich heritage. The murmurs of the ancient gods and the echoes of legendary figures began to rise once more, intertwining with the pulse of contemporary life. In the quiet moments, amidst the chaos of the modern world, the stories took on new forms, whispering promises of strength, resilience, and unity. The past was not merely a chapter closed, it was a living narrative, ready to intertwine with the future as the Turkic people continued to walk beneath the great blue sky, their eyes set on the horizon, where the old world met the new. In the vast stretch of the steppes, where the wind carried whispers of ancient stories, a single thought lingered. How did it all begin? Among the Turkic peoples, creation was not just a tale told around fires. It pulsed through their veins, a heartbeat resonating with the rhythm of the earth. They believed that the universe sprang forth from the void, a magnificent explosion of chaos that birthed not just stars and mountains, but dreams and destinies. A fierce wind howled, sending shivers through the grass as the first light began to paint the horizon. It was said that in the beginning, there was only Gök Tengri, the sky god who presided over the endless blue and the mysteries hidden within. The Turkic peoples looked up, eyes bright with hope, believing that this god held the threads of their fate. From Gök Tengri came the first spark, a fiery essence, swirling with unimaginable power and potential. It danced in the darkness, calling forth the earth, water, and air into existence. As the legends wove themselves into the fabric of time, it was told that the first man, Erlik, emerged from the depths of the earth. Erlik, with a spirit both fierce and restless, was a protector and a guide, yet also a figure of darkness that lurked beneath every light. He embodied the struggle between creation and destruction, a reminder that light could not exist without shadow. In this duality, the Turkic peoples found a profound truth about life itself. Erlik's era was one of adventure and turmoil. He roamed the earth, mingling with the spirits of the mountains and rivers, crafting the natural world. His hands shaped the valleys, carved the majestic peaks, and filled the lakes with shimmering water. But Erlik was not alone. He was accompanied by his counterpart, the bright and benevolent Umay, the Earth Mother. Where Erlik brought chaos, Umay offered solace. She nurtured the forests, made the flowers bloom, and filled the air with the laughter of children. Together, they formed a delicate balance, a dance of light and shadow, creation and destruction. As tales of their tumultuous relationship spread, the Turkic peoples celebrated their world. They sang songs that echoed across the plains, their melodies rising like smoke into the heavens. Each note was a prayer, each word a connection to the divine. They believed that, through their stories, the essence of Gök Tengri and the spirits of their ancestors lingered in the air, blessing their lives with meaning and purpose. But the stories held more than just joy. They were laced with lessons of loss, sacrifice, and renewal. The legend spoke of a great flood, a trial that tested the very fabric of life. When the waters rose, threatening to engulf all, it was Ume who took the children of the earth and guided them to higher ground. Her heart was heavy with the weight of her lost creations, yet her spirit soared as she saw hope glimmering in the eyes of the survivors. In the aftermath, the Turkic peoples learned that life could be reclaimed even from the depths of despair. The cycle of creation continued, not just in magic and myth, but in the everyday lives of the people. The Turkic nomads trekked across vast landscapes, carrying with them not just their belongings, but the echoes of Erlik and Umay. They told their children stories by the fire, the stars twinkling above, as if Gök Tengri listened to their words, enveloping them in a cosmic embrace. These myths became the very essence of their identity, passed down through generations, like threads weaving through the tapestry of their culture. As seasons turned and the sun painted the sky with hues of orange and crimson, warriors emerged from the tales. They were the embodiment of strength, shaped by the legends of their ancestors. In their hearts, they carried the spirit of Erlik, fierce and unyielding, ready to defend their people against any threat. Yet, they also bore the gentleness of Umay, understanding that true power lay not just in might, but in nurturing the bonds of family and community. The stories ignited a fire within the hearts of the young. They envisioned themselves as heroes, leaping across the plains, their spirits unbroken by the trials of life. The lessons of the creation myths became their guiding stars, illuminating their paths. With every challenge faced, they recalled the strength of Erlik and the compassion of Umay, forging their destinies amidst the echoes of ancient wisdom. Time marched on, yet the Turkic peoples remained steadfast. They built their homes, raised their children, and honored their ancestors. Every year, they gathered to celebrate the cycles of life, invoking the blessings of Gök Tengri and paying homage to Erlik and Umay. Their festivals were vibrant tapestries of joy and remembrance, where laughter and tears intertwined, creating a beautiful symphony of human experience. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the land, the stories lived on, rich and vibrant. They were not just tales of creation, but a living testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, hope could bloom like wildflowers in the unforgiving soil. The legacy of the Turkic peoples echoed through the ages, a powerful reminder that every end is merely a new beginning. With the stars twinkling in the dark canvas above, the night was alive with possibilities. And in that moment, the people felt a deep connection to their past, knowing that the myths of their creation would guide them into an uncertain future, weaving their stories together in a never-ending cycle of life, light, and love. The wind whispered through the tall grasses of the steppes, a soft yet powerful reminder of the ancient stories woven into the very fabric of the earth. It carried with it the scent of wildflowers, the smoke of distant fires, and the echoes of 1,000 ancestors who had walked these lands before. In the depths of the Turkic soul, nature was not merely a backdrop for life. It was life itself, alive and pulsating with the energy of the universe, a sacred tapestry that bound man to the cosmos. Beneath the vast expanse of an endless sky, the Turkic people believed that every element of nature possessed a spirit. a pulse that resonated with the rhythms of their own hearts. Mountains were seen as the homes of gods, guardians watching over the clans, while rivers were the veins of the earth, flowing with the lifeblood of all creation. The sun, a blazing orb of benevolence, was worshipped as a giver of warmth and light, while the moon, serene and mysterious, was the keeper of secrets and dreams. The stories of the Turkic peoples danced around campfires, their flickering flames casting shadows that moved like the spirits of those who had come before. Elders recounted tales of how the first human beings emerged from the earth, molded from clay by the hands of the Creator, and how they were gifted the wisdom to read the signs of nature. The rustling leaves spoke of change, the thunder in the distance warned of impending storms, and the flight of birds foretold the coming of seasons. Each whisper of wind, each drop of rain, was a message from the universe, a connection that transcended the mundane and entered the realm of the divine. In the heart of the steppe, where the horizon stretched infinitely, the Turkic peoples gathered for rituals that honored their bond with the land. They danced under the stars, their movements echoing the rhythm of the world around them. The beat of drums resonated with the heartbeat of the earth, while chants soared into the night, mingling with the laughter of children and the songs of the elders. Nature, in its raw beauty and untamed power, was both a sanctuary and a source of strength. However, not all was harmonious. The Turkic people also understood the ferocity of nature. Storms could sweep across the plains with little warning, uprooting lives and leaving devastation in their wake. Yet, they accepted these tempests as part of the cycle, reminders of the balance that must be maintained. To them, respect for nature was paramount, for it was a living entity that demanded reverence and gratitude. To disregard it would be to invite wrath, a lesson learned through generations of hardship and survival. Forests were revered as sacred spaces, where trees stood like ancient sentinels, their gnarled roots entwined in a dance with the earth. It was said that the souls of the departed lingered among the trees, whispering their wisdom to those who would listen. The Turkic people would often leave offerings, bits of bread, a lock of hair, or a small trinket at the base of a tree, a simple gesture of respect and remembrance. Each offering was a promise, a bridge between the living and the spirit world, a way to ensure that the lessons of the past would not be forgotten. Animals, too, held a sacred place in the Turkic cosmology. The eagle, soaring high above, symbolized freedom and strength, while the horse was revered as a companion and a symbol of nobility. Tales abounded of heroes who had forged unbreakable bonds with their steeds, riding across the steppes like the wind itself, unbound and unbroken. It was said that when a Turkic warrior fell, his horse would mourn, neighing into the silence of the night, a haunting lament that echoed through the hearts of those left behind. As the seasons changed, so too did the rituals that connected the Turkic peoples to nature. Spring was a time of rebirth, when the earth unfurled its green cloak and the songs of birds heralded new beginnings. In the warmth of summer, families would gather to celebrate the bounty of the harvest, feasting beneath the open sky, laughter mingling with the fragrance of blossoms. Autumn brought a sense of introspection as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, a reminder of the impermanence of life itself. And in winter, the world transformed into a quiet white wonderland, a time for stories by the fire, where the flickering flames mirrored the stars above. The Turkic spirit was resilient, shaped by the land they called home. Each challenge faced, was a testament to their bond with nature, a dance of survival and adaptation, and through it all, they learned to find beauty within the struggle. The very act of living was an expression of gratitude, a daily acknowledgement of the gifts bestowed upon them by the earth. Yet, as whispers of change began to ripple through the lands, the Turkic people felt a growing unease. The encroaching modern world threatened to sever the sacred connection with nature that had sustained them for centuries. The ancient songs grew quieter, the stories less often told, but deep within the hearts of the people, a flicker of resistance burned, a determination to preserve their heritage and the teachings of the earth. In the quiet moments, when the moon hung low and the stars twinkled like forgotten dreams, the Turkic peoples returned to their roots. They gathered beneath the oak trees, their arms raised to the sky, chanting the old songs that resonated with the heartbeat of the earth. In those moments, they could still feel the pulse of their ancestors, the rhythm of nature echoing through their veins, a reminder that they were intertwined with all that surrounded them. Fires crackled, and the night unfolded with the weight of history. Nature stood sentinel, a living testament to the struggles, triumphs, and dreams of a people who found their identity in its embrace. The stories continued to flow, a river of words that would never run dry. As the dawn broke over the horizon, the sun's rays pierced through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead, a promise of continuity that lay in the hands of the next generation. The cycle of life, eternally woven into the fabric of the earth, beckoned them forward, urging them to listen, to learn, and to honor the sacred bond that had shaped their very existence. In the beginning, before the stars twinkled in the vast expanse of the night, before the mountains reached towards the heavens, there existed a profound divide that shaped the lives of those who roamed the endless steppes. The breath of the wind carried tales of two mighty forces, the sky and the earth, engaged in an eternal dance of dualism. This was not merely a belief, but a heartbeat that pulsed through the veins of the Turkic peoples and echoed in the songs of their ancestors. The sky was vast and blue, stretching endlessly, its colors shifting like the emotions of a restless human heart. It offered the promise of life, of hope, and of transcendence. It was where the sun blazed fiercely during the day, casting golden rays that warmed the cool earth below, and where the moon, a silent guardian, rose to cradle dreams in the night. The stars, like scattered diamonds, twinkled above, each one a piece of a forgotten story, a whisper of a deity watching over the world. Beneath this majestic canopy lay the earth, rich and nurturing, a mother that cradled all creatures in her arms. The soil was dark and fertile, teeming with life. And from it sprang lush grasses that swayed like dancers in the wind. The rivers, with their gentle murmurs, wound through valleys, nourishing everything in their path. To the Turkic peoples, the earth was both a sacred ground and a loyal companion, a place of solace in times of strife. The dualism of sky and earth was not merely a concept, but a living truth, woven into the fabric of existence. Every dawn, when the first light broke through the darkness, it was a reminder of the harmonious struggle between day and night, between light and shadow. As the sun rose, the spirits soared, celebrating the triumph of warmth over cold, of visibility over obscurity. Yet with the setting sun came the shadows, a solemn reminder of the earth's embrace, grounding the spirits back to reality. In the tales of old, it was said that the sky and the earth were once lovers, separated by the chasm of the world. Their longing filled the air, creating storms that raged with passion, thunder cracking like the voice of a jealous deity. Each raindrop that fell was a tear shed in their separation, nourishing the earth, while the sun's rays were the gentle caresses longing to reunite. The Turkic people, with their rich oral traditions, recounted these stories by the flickering light of campfires, their voices rising and falling like the very rhythms of nature they celebrated. The spirits of ancestors hovered between these two realms, weaving the fates of the living. They believed that each person was born with a part of the sky and a part of the earth inside them. The heart, they said, was a piece of the earth, heavy with emotions and struggles, while the mind was a fragment of the sky, soaring with dreams and aspirations. In the face of adversity, it was this sacred balance that kept them grounded, reminding them of the dual nature of their existence. Yet, as with all things, this balance was often tested. Theirs was a world marked by conflict, where the struggle for survival echoed the eternal clash of the sky and earth. When drought struck and the land cracked open, it seemed as though the sky had turned its back, withholding the precious rain. In those moments, despair filled the hearts of the people like a thick fog. Their hopes drained as swiftly as the rivers had vanished. Rituals were performed, songs were sung, and offerings were made, pleading for the sky's mercy, for a reunion filled with rain and life. But in the grip of winter, when the snow blanketed the earth, a different kind of beauty emerged. The harsh winds howled like lost souls, yet there was a quiet strength in the stillness. The Turkic people gathered, huddled together against the cold, sharing stories that warmed their spirits. They understood that even in the depths of winter, the earth was merely resting, gathering strength for the rebirth of spring. This was the promise of life, the unending cycle of death and rebirth, of struggle and triumph, encapsulated in the dualism they revered. As the seasons turned, so did their lives. The spring brought life bursting forth from the ground, a reminder that hope could rise anew. The flowers bloomed, painting the landscape in vibrant colors, and the songs of birds filled the air, celebrating the return of warmth. This was the reunion of sky and earth, a moment of joy that echoed through the ages. In those fleeting moments, everything felt right. It was the manifestation of their dreams, the merging of two worlds, and a promise that the struggles of the past would not be in vain. Night descended once more, wrapping the world in its cloak. Underneath the stars, they danced and sang, their laughter rising toward the heavens, a tribute to the eternal bond of sky and earth. It was a celebration of life, a testament to their beliefs, where the ethereal and the physical coexisted, each depending on the other. The connection was palpable, an invisible thread that held everything together, stronger than iron, more resilient than stone. As the fire crackled and sparks flew into the night, the tales of dualism unfurled in the minds of the listeners. They felt the weight of their ancestors' struggles and triumphs, the echo of the sky's laughter mingling with the earth's sighs. They understood that within them lay the same cosmic forces, each pulling and pushing, trying to find harmony. The villagers gazed up at the stars, feeling the presence of something greater than themselves, a bond that transcended time and space, binding them to their past and guiding them towards an uncertain future. In that luminous moment, the dualism of sky and earth was more than just a belief. It was a living, breathing force that shaped their destinies, painting their lives with colors of joy and sorrow, strength and vulnerability. The sky above shimmered with the promise of dreams yet to be realized, while the earth below held the weight of stories yet to be told. The dance continued, a timeless rhythm that connected them all. The pulse of life echoing through the ages, one they would carry into the next chapter of their existence, where new stories awaited to unfold. Beneath the vast expanse of a boundless sky, a small group of nomads gathered around a flickering campfire. The flames danced, casting shadows that flickered against the rugged terrain, while the cool night air whispered ancient tales. Above them, the eternal blue sky stretched endlessly, its hue a deep, mesmerizing azure that seemed to cradle the earth and the hearts of those who wandered beneath it. Moments like these, illuminated by the stars, sparked an awareness of something greater, a force that threaded through their lives like the winds that swept across the steppes. For centuries, the people of the Central Asian steppes had held a profound reverence for Tengri, the eternal blue sky. This wasn't merely a celestial body, it was a living entity, a deity that shaped their existence and defined their very essence. The nomads believed that Tengri watched over them, guiding their fates with each breath of wind and every shift of the sky's colors. It was as if the heavens communicated in a language of clouds and light, always changing, yet eternally present. In the stories passed down through generations, Tengri was seen as a protector, a figure that stood against chaos and darkness. When storms brewed and the skies turned ominous, the people offered prayers, their voices rising in harmony with the thunder, pleading for mercy and guidance. They felt the heavens respond in the calm that followed, a reminder that even in turmoil, there was a guiding light, a constant presence that would not forsake them. Legend spoke of a time when the sky was in turmoil, filled with angry storms that threatened to tear the world apart. It was said that the first humans, desperate for peace, climbed the highest peaks, their hearts heavy with fear. They looked up, faces set against the wind, and cried out to Tengri, begging for unity among the tribes and safety for their children. In that moment, a brilliant light shone through the storm clouds, and a calm descended upon the land, stitching together the fabric of existence once more. As the years passed, this connection to the sky deepened. The nomads learned to read the signs, the way the clouds gathered, the direction of the winds. Each season brought its own rhythm, and in the dance of nature, they found a sacred rhythm that mirrored their lives. They learned to honor the spirits of the earth and sky, to celebrate the cycles of life through rituals that echoed their gratitude for the gifts bestowed upon them. In the dim light of the fire, an elder shared the myth of Ergenekon, a tale of origin and rebirth. It spoke of a people who, trapped in a valley, prayed to Tengri for deliverance. In response, the eternal blue sky opened pathways through the mountains, allowing them to escape and flourish once more. This story resonated deeply, a reminder of resilience and the possibility of new beginnings, a lesson that transcended time and space. The elders' voices wove through the night, carrying the weight of history and emotion. As they spoke of the sky, the listeners felt tears prick at their eyes, an overwhelming sense of connection to their ancestors and the land beneath their feet. Moments like these sparked a shared heartbeat, a collective understanding that they were part of something far greater than themselves. Yet, the shadow of change loomed. The modern world threatened to encroach upon the vastness of the steppes, bringing with it the noise of machinery and the ceaseless rhythm of industry. The nomads felt it in their bones, the pull of the earth morphing beneath their feet. The eternal blue sky that once felt infinite now seemed filled with uncertainty. Would the sacred bond with Tengri endure in a world that was rapidly shifting? As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, an electric tension filled the air. The stories of old mingled with the fears of the present, creating a tapestry of longing for the simplicity and purity of a time when the sky was not just a backdrop, but a vital force in their lives. The flickering flames illuminated faces, illuminated by hope, fear, and the unbreakable ties to their heritage. Then, suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the sky, a brilliant flash that lit up the night for just a heartbeat. Gasps echoed around the circle as eyes widened, and a hush fell over the group. In that fleeting moment, they felt the pulse of Tengri, the connection to their past, striking a chord deep within them. It was as if the sky had whispered a promise, a reminder that no matter how dark the night, light was always waiting to emerge. A chill ran down their spines, resonating with the stories of their ancestors who had faced challenges and emerged triumphantly. But as they gazed upward, they felt a quiet urgency to capture that ethereal connection before it slipped away, like grains of sand, through their fingers. Hearts raced as they contemplated the balance between honoring their traditions and the inevitable progression of time. Could the spirit of Tengri continue to guide them even as the world outside their beloved steps transformed? In the distance, the howling wind carried the voices of the ancestors, reminding them of the sacred duty they bore to keep the flame of Tengri alive. Each soul present felt the weight of responsibility, a fierce determination igniting within them. They were not merely custodians of their heritage, they were the living breath of a legacy that transcended generations. The dance of firelight cast flickering shadows, illuminating the resolve in their eyes. Together, they whispered prayers to the sky, their words a blend of hope and fear, a promise to uphold the ancient bonds while navigating the tides of change. As they reached for the stars, the eternal blue sky enveloped them, a celestial embrace that felt both comforting and daunting. And in that moment, they understood. The eternal blue sky was not just a concept, it was a living, breathing force that lived within them, shaping their paths and echoing their dreams. The nomads were but a thread in the intricate tapestry of existence, woven together by the very fabric of Tengri's essence. As the fire burned low and the dawn approached, a sense of unity enveloped them. They would face whatever came next, tethered to the sky and each other, with the eternal blue above echoing their resolve. The night slipped quietly into dawn, but their spirits remained bright, ready to rise with the sun, just like the countless stories written in the stars, stories yet untold, waiting to unfold against the vastness of the eternal blue sky. In the beginning, there was silence, a vast unbroken stillness that enveloped the universe like a thick blanket. No whisper of wind, no rustle of leaves, and yet, beneath that quiet, lay a pulse of potential, a force longing to break free. The stars sparkled like shards of glass against the black canvas of the cosmos, each one a flicker of hope, each one waiting for a spark of life to ignite the darkness. As the first light appeared, it was not the sun or moon that emerged, but a swirl of colors, a dance of energy and matter that swirled and twisted until it formed something remarkable. It was here, in this cosmic cradle, that the first elements collided, creating the building blocks of life. Hydrogen and oxygen embraced to create water, while carbon and nitrogen formed the very foundation of living beings. This was no mere accident. It was a symphony of creation, a cosmic ballet orchestrated by forces beyond comprehension. With the birth of the Earth, life began to flourish in the most unexpected ways. Tiny microorganisms thrived in the primordial oceans, and the air filled with the scent of wet earth and budding vegetation. The landscape transformed, painted with vibrant colors, as flowers blossomed and trees reached toward the heavens. Yet, among all this splendor, there was a longing, a desire for something more, something that could walk, talk, and dream. As time unfurled, creatures of all kinds roamed the land. Beasts of power and grace tread upon the soil, while birds soared majestically through the skies. But they were governed by instinct, driven by a primal force that dictated their actions. The world craved a being that could understand, a being that could create, love, and feel. The celestial currents whispered of a destiny yet unfulfilled, and within that whisper lay the seed of humanity. In a secluded part of the world, where the rivers carved paths through the mountains and the sun cast golden rays upon the valleys, a moment of divine inspiration took place. Imagine the hands of a creator, strong yet gentle, shaping clay from the very earth itself. Each stroke, each molding, was filled with intention and purpose. This was not just a form, it was a vessel for the soul awaiting its awakening. The first man, formed from the dust, was something extraordinary. His body was strong, capable of both great labor and delicate craft. This was Adam, a name that echoed through the ages, a name that would carry the weight of humanity. As the Creator breathed life into him, a rush of warmth surged through his body. The world around him ignited with color and sound, and for the first time, a being stood upright, filled with wonder and potential. Adam opened his eyes to a world brimming with life and beauty. The vibrant greens of the trees danced with the breezes, while the scent of blooming flowers filled the air with sweetness. Every blade of grass, every glistening dewdrop, sang to him like a melody. But beneath the beauty lay a profound loneliness, a spark of realization that he was alone in a world so grand. The Creator watched as Adam wandered through the garden, touching the leaves, marveling at the colors. Yet, the joy of existence was tinged with something bittersweet. A longing grew within him, a yearning for companionship. The Creator felt this ache and decided that it was not good for man to be alone. So, once again, the hands of creation shaped the world anew. From Adam's side, the Creator fashioned a companion. The woman who would be known as Eve emerged, radiant and full of life. With her presence, the garden bloomed brighter. Adam's heart raced at the sight of her, a love and connection igniting between them that was effortless and profound. Together, they laughed, they explored, they nurtured the earth, and for the first time, they dreamed together. Yet, beneath the surface of their paradise, a tension began to build. The garden, while lush and inviting, held mysteries that whispered of temptations. The Creator had given them freedom, a beautiful gift wrapped in responsibility. The single command, to not eat from a particular tree, was a test of their trust. But the shadows of doubt crept into their hearts like a chilling frost, a whisper that would change everything. One fateful day, Eve found herself at the foot of the forbidden tree. Its fruit shone like jewels, tantalizingly out of reach. A serpent, sly and beguiling, slithered beside her, urging her to taste the fruit. "You will not die," it hissed, "but rather, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like the Creator." The words wrapped around her like a warm embrace. igniting a curiosity that swirled with desire. With a heart pounding in her chest, Eve reached out and plucked the fruit. Its skin was smooth, and she felt an electric thrill as she took a bite. The juice burst upon her tongue, sweet and intoxicating. She offered the fruit to Adam, who had been watching, torn between the ecstasy of love and the weight of obedience. His own desires surged forth. And in that moment of temptation, he too took a bite. The act was innocent, yet profound. A moment of bliss turned into a cascade of consequences. The world around them shifted as their eyes opened, and they became aware of their nakedness, their vulnerability. Panic surged like a tidal wave, and shame flooded their hearts. They hid among the trees, feeling the weight of their choice, the burden of knowledge pressing down upon them. As the Creator walked through the garden, calling for them, an unsettling tension filled the air. Adam and Eve emerged, trembling with fear, their eyes reflecting the gravity of their actions. The paradise that had once embraced them now felt like a prison, their innocence shattered like glass. The Creator's voice resonated, filled with sorrow. "You have chosen your path," it said. The repercussions were inevitable, a chain reaction set in motion that would ripple through the ages. The earth would yield thorns, the labor would be hard, and pain would enter their existence. But woven into this tapestry of consequences was a thread of hope, a promise that even in darkness, light would find a way. As Adam and Eve left the garden behind, their hearts heavy yet resilient, they stepped into a world anew, filled with both challenges and endless potential. The creation of humanity had begun, and with it came a story steeped in loss and love, joy and pain, a tale that would echo through generations, forever intertwining the fates of those who followed. The journey had just begun, and the world awaited its next chapter, pulsating with the breath of life and the heartbeat of humanity. The air was thick with anticipation, a shimmering veil of the past, whispering through the rustling leaves of an ancient forest. In the cool shade under the gnarled branches, a solitary figure knelt, eyes closed as if listening to the echoes of distant voices. Around him, the world was alive with the sounds of nature, birds calling to one another, the soft rustle of animals in the underbrush, but it was the silence of the spirits that spoke the loudest. This was a sacred moment, where the veil between the living and the dead grew thin, and ancestral spirits stirred with a purpose, ready to deliver their messages. Ancestral spirits have long been a part of human history, revered across countless cultures for their profound significance. They are the guardians of family legacies, the keepers of wisdom, and the embodiments of love and sacrifice. Each spirit carries the weight of history, filled with stories that stretch back to times long forgotten. They walk beside their descendants, guiding them through life's tumultuous path, often unseen, but always felt. In many indigenous cultures, such as the Native American tribes, ancestral spirits are not simply remnants of the past. They are seen as active participants in the lives of the living. The Lakota people, for instance, hold a sacred understanding that their ancestors are present in every aspect of their lives. Rituals are performed to honor these spirits, creating a bridge between the physical and spiritual worlds. During gatherings around the fire, stories of bravery, love, and hardship are shared, calling upon the strength of those who came before. The flames flicker and dance as if animated by the very spirits they honor, reminding everyone that they are never alone. On the other side of the world, in the ancient hills of Japan, the concept of ancestors is equally revered. The Shinto belief system emphasizes the importance of kami, or spirits, which often include revered ancestors. Festivals like Obon celebrate the return of these spirits, allowing families to reconnect with their lost loved ones. Lanterns are lit, guiding the spirits back home, illuminating the paths of memory and gratitude. As families gather to pay their respects, the air is thick with emotion, and the flickering light is a reminder that love transcends even death. In Africa, ancestral worship is woven into the very fabric of society. The Yoruba people, for example, believe that ancestral spirits protect their descendants and provide guidance. They maintain shrines in their homes, adorned with offerings of food and drink, to appease these powerful beings. The act is not merely ritualistic. It is a heartfelt communion with those who came before, recognizing their influence in daily life. When a child is born, the community gathers to honor the ancestors, acknowledging that the new life carries the blood and spirit of those who have passed. It's a poignant reminder that life is a continuum, a thread woven through generations. In the old hills of Ireland, the connection to ancestral spirits manifests in ancient stones and burial mounds. The Celts believed that the spirits of their forebears were ever watchful, protecting the land and their descendants. Samhain, a festival marking the end of harvest and the beginning of winter, was a time when the veil between worlds thinned, allowing spirits to visit. Villagers would light bonfires and leave offerings, hoping to gain favor from their ancestors. The crackling flames and the soft whispers of the night air would carry the stories of the past, mingling with the hopes of the living, binding them together in an unbreakable bond. Yet, the relationship with ancestral spirits is not always one of joy. In many cultures, there exists a profound fear of angering these spirits. In some African traditions, a neglected ancestor could become a restless spirit, wreaking havoc upon the family lineage. Misfortune, illness, or discord can be seen as signs that the ancestors are displeased. Offerings and rituals become a desperate plea for forgiveness, a way to restore balance and harmony. The tension in these moments can be palpable, a stark reminder of the fine line between reverence and fear that governs the relationship between the living and the dead. As twilight descends upon a village, an elder stands at the threshold of a home, a sage in a world caught between two realms. He speaks softly, invoking the names of ancestors, each syllable a thread in the tapestry of existence. The villagers gather, their eyes reflecting the flickering light of the fire, anticipation hanging thick in the air. They listen closely, breath held, as tales of bravery and heartache unfold, each story a reminder of their roots. The elder's voice rises and falls like the wind, carrying the weight of memory, each word resonating with the souls of those who came before. Ancestral spirits are not just figures from the past. They embody the essence of identity, culture, and heritage. They are the storytellers who weave the narrative of life, reminding the living of their place in the continuum of existence. Each spirit, with its unique history, offers lessons of resilience, hope, and love. The stories shared around fires, whispered in the shadows of night, create a kaleidoscope of emotions, binding families together across time and space. In these moments, the line between past and present blurs, and the weight of responsibility settles on the shoulders of the living. They must carry forward the legacy of their ancestors, honoring their sacrifices and celebrating their lives. It is a tremendous responsibility, one that can feel both daunting and liberating. The stories of the past beckon, urging the living to listen closely and to remember, a task that is both sacred and profound. As the fire burns low and the stars begin to twinkle overhead, the villagers feel the presence of their ancestors surrounding them. Each flicker of flame is a heartbeat, a reminder that life continues, that the spirit of their loved ones lives on within them. The connection is tangible, a thread that binds them to their history, to their identity. The peace that follows washes over the gathering, and in that serene moment, shadows of the past meld with the hopes of the future, creating a bond that can never be severed. And so, the stories will continue, passed down through generations, igniting the hearts of those who live on. The ancestral spirits remain vigilant, ever watchful, guiding their descendants through the trials and triumphs of life, ensuring that no one ever walks alone. In the dim light of a flickering fire, shadows danced on the cave walls, casting eerie shapes that seemed to whisper forgotten names. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and earth, a reminder of the stories waiting to be told. Here, in the cradle of history, the Turkic people once walked hand in hand with their deities, beings woven from the very fabric of nature itself. Their presence felt in every rustle of the wind and every flicker of the stars. On the cold steppes, under the vast dome of the sky, the ancient Turks believed in a pantheon of powerful gods, each one embodying the forces of life, death, and everything in between. There was Tengri, the sky god, a towering figure who ruled the heavens with a gaze that could pierce the soul. His voice echoed in the thunder, commanding the clouds and the storms, guiding his people with the clarity of the stars above. The Turkic tribes raised their hands to him in reverence, trusting in his wisdom as they roamed the vastness of the land. Beside him stood Umay, the goddess of fertility and protector of women and children. With a touch as gentle as a mother's embrace, she nurtured life, ensuring the survival of the clans. Her image adorned the tents where families gathered, whispering blessings into the ears of newborns. Umay was the heartbeat of the community, the soft lullaby sung to soothe the fears of young mothers, her presence eliciting warmth and hope amid the harsh realities of nomadic life. And there was Erlik, the god of the underworld, a being shrouded in darkness and mystery. His realm was a place of shadows where the departed souls wandered, seeking solace from the weight of their earthly ties. Erlik was not merely a figure of dread. He served as a reminder of the cycle of life, a necessary counterpart to the joy brought forth by Tengri and Umay. His existence stirred a complex blend of fear and respect within the hearts of the people, for they knew that to understand life, one must also acknowledge death. As the tribes gathered under the watchful gaze of these deities, the stories of their adventures and trials filled the nights. The elders recounted the creation myth, how Tengri and Erlik engaged in an eternal struggle, a cosmic dance between light and darkness. Every victory of Tengri brought forth the bounty of the earth, while Erlik's influence reminded the people of their mortality. It was a balance that defined their existence, a delicate thread woven through the fabric of their lives. On the rare occasion when a shaman would enter a trance, the air crackled with energy, and the spirits would be summoned. The shamans, wearing the skins of animals and adorned with feathers, became the bridge between the human world and that of the divine. As their voices rose in chant, the very atmosphere shifted, and the air pulsated with the power of the unseen. The people listened in rapt attention, caught between the mundane and the divine, as the shamans spoke of journeys to Tengri's celestial palace and encounters with Erlik's shadowy domain. In these moments, the stories came alive, A vision of Tengri, soaring through the heavens on a chariot made of clouds, wielding lightning like a painter with a brush, filled the minds of the listeners. They could almost feel the chill of the storm and hear the crackle of electricity as he brought rain to nourish the thirsty earth. The awe was palpable, a shared experience that wove the community tighter together, binding them in a collective belief that their gods walked with them. Umay, too, was ever present in their thoughts. When the crops flourished or a child took his first steps, it was her name that fell from their lips in gratitude. Each harvest celebration became a tribute, a dance of joy that echoed across the plains, a message sent to the heavens. Thank you for the gift of life, for the promise of tomorrow. The stories of her nurturing spirit, of how she watched over the women as they labored, became legends themselves, passed down through generations like sacred texts. Yet, not all encounters with the divine were filled with reverence. The people knew that the gods could be capricious, their favor not easily won. A drought or a failed hunt would send a shiver of fear through the hearts of the bravest warriors. How quickly the joyous celebrations could turn to somber prayers as they pleaded for forgiveness or understanding, seeking to right the balance that had been disrupted. The fear of Erlik's wrath loomed in their minds, a stark reminder of the fragility of life. As the shadows grew longer and the fire flickered low, stories of warriors who had been touched by the gods became the whispers of the night. Tales of brave souls who faced impossible odds, guided by divine intervention, filled the air with a mixture of excitement and dread. Each story was a testament to the relationship between humans and the divine, a reflection of their hopes, fears, and aspirations. In the distance, the sound of hooves echoed, the rhythm of fate approaching. It was a reminder that the gods were never far away, their influence woven into the very essence of existence. The night was alive with the promise of more stories, more revelations, and a dance with destiny that was just beginning. The pantheon of Turkic deities was not merely a collection of characters, but a living tapestry of beliefs, emotions, and the profound connection between the people and the forces that shaped their world. As the moon bathed the land in silvery light, the veil between the seen and the unseen grew thin, and the line separating the ordinary from the extraordinary faded into obscurity. The whispers of the deities lingered, calling forth a deeper understanding of life and death, hope and despair, all intertwined in the intricate dance of existence. The fire crackled, the shadows swirled, and the stories continued to unfold, each one a thread in the endless weave of life that beckoned them onward, ever onward, into the mysteries that lay ahead. High above the vast steppes, the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over the endless horizon. Shadows stretched like fingers across the earth, and a gentle wind whispered secrets only the wise old mountains could understand. Beneath this expansive sky, a feeling of awe settled in the hearts of the people below, a reverence for something greater than themselves. They spoke in hushed tones of Tengri, the high god, whose presence enveloped them like the heavens above. Tengri was not just a deity to the Turkic and Mongolic tribes. He was the embodiment of the sky, a force that shaped destinies and governed the very essence of life. To the nomadic hunters and gatherers, Tengri was the provider, the protector, and the ultimate judge. His gaze was eternal, stretching across the ages and watching over the earth's inhabitants with a fierce yet compassionate intensity. Each cloud that drifted by, each breeze that rustled the grass, was thought to carry a message from him, urging the people to honor the world around them. In their stories, Tengri was a figure of immense power, a high god who commanded the elements. His voice was like thunder, rolling across the landscape, a reminder of his authority and majesty. Rainstorms that burst open the sky were seen as his tears for the suffering of the people, while the gentle sunshine was his warmth, nurturing the crops and the hearts of the strong and the weak alike. The mountains were his throne, the rivers his veins, and the stars scattered across the night sky were his watchful eyes, twinkling with wisdom and guidance. Villagers gathered around the flickering flames of a fire, their faces illuminated by its glow. A shaman stood among them, his voice rising and falling like the distant call of the eagle soaring above. He spoke of the creation myths, of how Tengri and the earth goddess, Umai, breathed life into the void. They crafted mountains and valleys, rivers and lakes, animals and humans, weaving a tapestry of existence that resonated with the heartbeat of the world. Each tale echoed with the idea that everything was interconnected, and honoring Tengri meant honoring the very fabric of life itself. As the night deepened, the air crackled with anticipation. The stars shone brighter, a testament to Tengri's vastness. Tribes believed that when a loved one passed away, their soul journeyed to the sky to join the divine, becoming part of Tengri's eternal realm. This gave them comfort in their grief, a gentle reminder that life was but a cycle, one that Tengri himself orchestrated. It was a profound relationship, one woven into the very identity of the people who roamed the wild, their hearts bound to the high God who commanded the universe. Yet not all was calm and serene in the presence of Tengri. His power was feared as much as it was revered. Stories circulated of his wrath, unleashed upon those who dared to defy the natural order. A drought could sweep through a land, leaving crops barren, or a fierce storm could uproot villages, a reminder of his might. The balance of life was delicate, and the people understood that their survival depended on their reverence for Tengri. Offerings were made, rituals performed under the moonlight, and songs sung that echoed into the vastness, a plea for mercy and guidance. The tribes painted their world with symbols and totems, each reflecting their connection to Tengri. Horses galloped across the plains, mere mortals becoming extensions of divine will, racing toward the horizon. The eagle, soaring high, was a sacred messenger, bridging the gap between the earth and the heavens. With each heartbeat, with every breath, they felt the pulse of Tengri coursing through their veins, a relentless reminder of their place in the grand scheme, their lives intertwined with the celestial. As stories intertwined with the fabric of time, the people forged a deep understanding of Tengri's characteristics. His essence was not just in the sky, but in the very essence of nature. The seasons that changed, the animals that roamed, the plants that grew. He was the spirit that thrived in the rustling leaves and the churning rivers, a constant guiding presence that shaped their lives in ways they could not fully comprehend. They felt him in their bones, in their laughter, in their sorrows, a testament to the ever-present force that was both protector and punisher. Under the watchful gaze of the stars, a young girl named Aylin stood by the riverbank, her heart filled with questions that danced like fireflies in her mind. She watched as the water flowed, a shimmering ribbon connecting her to something greater. Was Tengri pleased? Was he listening? With every ripple, she felt a pull, a beckoning call from the high God above. The stories of her ancestors wrapped around her like a warm blanket, urging her to find her voice, in the eternal conversation that unfolded in the night. Aelin lifted her arms to the heavens, her small figure silhouetted against the glowing sky. In that moment, she understood. Tengri was not a distant god, but a tangible force that resonated in her spirit. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she whispered her hopes and dreams into the night, sending them up to the stars, where they mingled with the essence of the universe. She felt alive, connected to the very core of existence, her heart racing with a profound sense of belonging. The wind picked up, swirling around her, carrying her words into the vastness. With every gust, ancient spirits of the steppes seemed to answer her call, echoing the songs of her ancestors who had come before her. In that sacred moment, everything aligned, the earth beneath her feet, the sky above, and the heartbeat of Tengri pulsing through every living thing. This was more than faith. It was a way of life, an unbreakable bond woven through generations, a dance between the divine and the mortal that would never truly end. As Aelin stood there, suspended between the earth and the sky, she felt the weight of history upon her shoulders, knowing that the essence of Tengri lived on, ever present and ever watchful. The night stretched ahead, infinite and filled with possibilities, a testament to the enduring spirit of the High God who connected all beings. The stories would continue, and with them, the legacy of Tengri, a force of nature that would never fade away, forever echoing through the hearts of those who chose to believe. The wind whispered through the ancient trees as if sharing secrets long forgotten, carrying with it the scent of earth and life. Beneath the sprawling canopy, where shadows danced and light flickered, a figure emerged, an eternal embodiment of strength and nurturing grace. She was Ume, the Earth Mother, revered by nomadic tribes across the steppes, a divine force of nature and protector of all creation. Her presence was palpable, a heartbeat echoing through the ages, a thread woven into the fabric of existence itself. From the dawn of time, Umai stood as a pillar of sustenance and shelter, a beacon for those who sought her guidance. Communities would gather in reverence, forming circles around sacred fires, their voices rising in harmonious chants that intertwined with the crackling flames. They thanked her for the bounty of the earth, for the animals that roamed her vast lands, for the fruits that hung heavy from branches, and for the soft whispers of the wind. It was a communion, a sacred bond that transcended mere worship, where gratitude flowed like a river, connecting the hearts of humankind to the very essence of life. Every spring, the earth would awaken, and with it came the rituals dedicated to Ume. Mothers, cradling their children, would gather wildflowers and weave them into crowns, placing them atop the heads of the young as symbols of life and growth. The laughter of children echoed through valleys, while elders recited ancient prayers, their voices steeped in wisdom. They spoke of Umai's love, of how she cradled her children in her arms, shielding them from the harshness of the world while providing warmth and comfort. With every word, they painted vivid images of her nurturing spirit, a gentle touch that healed wounds, a soothing presence that calmed the storms. But the balance of nature was fragile, and shadows loomed over the land. As tribes expanded and encroached upon sacred grounds, the whispers shifted. The harmony once felt began to fray, and the very essence of Umai grew restless. She watched as her children turned against one another, as greed and desire blinded them to the gifts she so generously provided. The sky darkened, and storms rumbled in the distance, carrying a warning that something needed to change. One fateful day, a young girl named Aelin, marked by her unyielding spirit, noticed the change in the air. She felt the weight of despair pressing upon her heart and decided to seek Umai's counsel. With a heavy heart, she knelt beneath the ancient oak, its gnarled roots intertwined in a dance of resilience. Closing her eyes, she whispered her fears into the stillness, longing for a sign, a connection to the Earth Mother who had guided her ancestors. Suddenly, a gust of wind swirled around her, wrapping her in a gentle embrace. A vision unfolded before her, a realm alive with color and light, where Umai stood, radiant and fierce, with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "You are my child," Umai spoke, her voice echoing like thunder, yet soft as a lullaby. "Your heart holds the power to heal what has been broken. You must remind them of the love that binds us all." Aylin's heart raced, a surge of warmth coursing through her veins. She felt a flicker of hope ignite within her, urging her to rise and carry forth the message. With newfound determination, Aylin returned to her village, where the air hummed with tension and uncertainty. She gathered the people, her words flowing like a river, filled with passion and urgency. "Umay has shown me the truth," she cried, her voice ringing clear. "We are all connected, bound by love and shared purpose. It is time to mend the rift, to honor the Earth Mother who gives us life." The villagers stared, uncertainty flickering across their faces, but in Aylin's eyes, they saw a spark, something they had long since forgotten. As she spoke, the ground beneath them trembled, and a crack of lightning illuminated the sky, casting an ethereal glow upon the gathering. Aylin felt Umay's presence enveloping them, an invitation to embrace unity and harmony once more. The people began to stir, moved by the truth of her words, their hearts beating in unison with the rhythm of the earth. They joined hands, forming a circle, and as they did, the dark clouds began to part, revealing a brilliant sun that bathed them in golden light. In that moment, a transformation unfolded, an awakening. They recalled the ancient stories, the reverence their ancestors held for Umay, the Earth Mother who nurtured them, and the sacred bond forged through gratitude. They began to chant, their voices rising in a crescendo that reached the heavens, celebrating life, love, and the earth itself. It was a call to action, a pledge to protect, cherish, and honor the world around them. But the tides of change are rarely gentle. As the villagers united, forces beyond their comprehension stirred in the depths of the earth, where shadows lurked and ancient spirits awakened. The balance between creation and destruction hung by a thread, and Umay sensed the impending storm. The people, ignited by their newfound strength, could not yet see the challenges that lay ahead, the trials that would test their resolve and love. Rumors began to swirl, dark whispers of a rival tribe that sought to seize the land. They believed themselves mighty, claiming dominion over the earth, blind to the sacred nature that thrived beneath their feet. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson and gold, Aylin felt the urgency rise within her once more. The Earth Mother was calling, and she knew that the path ahead would demand courage, resilience, and the unbreakable spirit of love, the very essence of Umay. The villagers stood at a crossroads, teetering between the chaos that threatened to engulf them and the luminous path of unity that beckoned. Aylin took a deep breath, feeling the weight of Umay's presence surrounding her, a reminder that they were not alone. Together, they would face whatever shadows loomed, bound by the love that had once nurtured their ancestors, and inspired by the unyielding spirit of the Earth Mother who watched over them all. The night stretched out before them, filled with uncertainty, yet alive with possibility, as their hearts beat in rhythm with the pulse of the earth, and the story of Umay continued to unfold. In the dim light of dawn, the sky was a canvas of dreams, painted with hues of gold and silver. It was in this magical moment that the ancient Turkic people believed. The sun and moon danced across the heavens, locked in a timeless embrace, a cosmic partnership that stirred the hearts of those who gazed upward. Each sunrise brought warmth and life, while every moonrise whispered secrets and stories of the night, filling the world with wonder. The sun, a fierce and brilliant warrior, rode a chariot of fire across the azure sky. His golden rays drenched the land, igniting the grass and flowers into vibrant colors. He was revered as the giver of life, a deity who fostered growth and nurtured the earth. Yet, with every sunset, a bittersweet sadness fell over the people. The sun would retreat, swallowed by the horizon, leaving them to confront the cold darkness of night. In that stillness, the moon would rise, casting a silver veil over the world. The moon, soft and ethereal, was a goddess of beauty and mystery. Her light was gentle, a silken touch that calmed the restless hearts of the night. She was the protector of dreams, guiding lost souls and illuminating hidden paths. The Turkic people told tales of her quiet strength, a force that balanced the fiery nature of the sun. As she hung in the sky, she listened to the whispers of the winds and the secrets shared by the stars, gathering them like precious jewels to weave into the fabric of night. Yet, beneath this celestial harmony lay a profound tension. The stories told by the elders were laced with drama, recounting how the sun and moon had once been lovers, eternally separated by the cruel hand of fate. Legends spoke of a fierce battle between day and night, as the sun sought to claim the moon for himself, bringing light to the dark corners of the world. The moon, however, filled with a longing of her own, resisted his advances, eternally elusive and ever watchful. In one poignant tale, the sun, consumed by jealousy, transformed into a fiery beast, determined to chase the moon down. He called upon the winds, commanding them to carry his cries across the land, echoing through the valleys and mountains. "Where are you, beloved moon? Why do you hide from me?" His voice rolled like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath the feet of the people. They felt the tremors of his heartache in their bones, a reminder of the fierce love that could turn passionate and wild. The moon, cloaked in mystery, retreated behind dark clouds, her heart aching for the sun's fierce devotion, yet fearful of his fiery wrath. In her solitude, she mourned the love they could not share, illuminating the night with her tears that fell like dewdrops onto the earth. "I can only shine in the dark," she whispered to the stars, "but I wish to be held in your warmth. Why must the world be divided?" As the seasons changed, so did their dance, a waltz of shadow and light, a struggle between two powerful forces. The sun would rise with a battle cry, casting rays of gold that pierced through the darkness. The moon would respond with a soft sigh, shimmering like a pearl, reminding the night of her quiet power. The people watched, entranced by the spectacle above. They felt the pull of the two celestial bodies in their own lives, their joys and sorrows reflected in the sky. One fateful night, the darkness grew dense, wrapping the world in a blanket of fear. The sun, aware of the encroaching shadows, felt an overwhelming urge to shield his beloved moon. "I will fight for you," he declared, summoning all his strength. His fiery form ignited the horizon, a blazing beacon of determination. The moon, sensing his courage, responded with her own luminous glow, a silver light that pierced through the veil of night. In that moment, the heavens erupted into a symphony of colors, a cosmic battle that lit the sky as never before. The people, watching in awe, felt their hearts race. They remembered the stories of the sun and moon, the lovers destined to chase each other across the sky. As the sun unleashed his power, the moon countered with her grace. They clashed and merged, their energies creating a spectacle that dazzled the senses and left the world breathless. Though their struggle was fierce, the love between them was deeper still. The more they fought, the stronger their bond grew. Each sunrise and moonrise was a promise that they would always return to one another, no matter the distance or the darkness that separated them. The stories of their love were woven into the very fabric of the Turkic culture, a reminder of the complexity of relationships, the fiery passion, the tender moments, the inevitable conflicts. In the silence that followed their nightly dance, the people gathered around fires, sharing tales that echoed through the ages. They spoke of the sun's bravery and the moon's beauty, of their trials and triumphs. As the embers flickered, the stories wrapped around them like a warm embrace, igniting a sense of belonging and connection to something greater than themselves. And so, as the sun rose to greet another day, the moon descended, casting a lingering glow over the horizon, whispering her intentions to return. The cycle continued, a dance of love and longing that would never cease. The hearts of the Turkic people beat in time with the rhythm of the celestial bodies above, forever intertwined in a dance that stretched across the ages. In every sunrise and sunset, the echoes of their love story could be heard, a haunting melody that lingered long after night fell. The flames of their passion burned brightly, yet in the shadows, something stirred. The sun and moon weren't the only players in this cosmic theater. The stars, those distant pinpricks of light, began to awaken, whispering secrets of their own, beckoning the night to reveal yet another chapter in the stories that had been passed down for generations. What other tales lay hidden in the darkness, waiting to be told? As the night deepened, anticipation hung thick in the air, promising a new adventure, a new revelation, a new dance between the light and the dark. Under a vast sky, where the wind whispers secrets of times long past, a lone horseman rides across the endless steppes. His silhouette is framed by the fiery hues of the setting sun, casting long shadows that stretch like arms, reaching for the ancestors who once roamed these lands. The horseman pauses, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath him, a reminder that he is never truly alone. He can hear the whispers of his forebears carried in the breeze, urging him forward, urging him to honor their legacy. In the Turkic world, ancestors live on through stories told around flickering fires, their spirits entwined with the very fabric of existence. They are not just memories of those who came before. They are guardians, guiding forces who shape the destinies of their descendants. The Turkic people hold their ancestors close, weaving them into their beliefs and daily lives, creating a connection that transcends time itself. Each name spoken in reverence is a thread that binds the past to the present, a reminder that life is a continuum. Ancestors are celebrated as the keepers of wisdom and strength. In ancient Turkic tribes, it was common to consult the spirits for guidance in matters of great importance. A young warrior seeking courage before battle would whisper a prayer, invoking the names of those who had fought bravely before him. He would feel a surge of power, an electric thrill, as if the very essence of his ancestors surged through his veins. The shared blood of his forebears became a source of unyielding resolve, pushing him to face his fears with an unwavering heart. But the bond with ancestors runs deeper than mere reverence. It spills into the rituals of everyday life, where every meal becomes a sacred act of communion. Families gather, sharing food and stories, inviting the spirits of the past to join them at the table. The aroma of roasted lamb fills the air, blending with the laughter of children who are blissfully unaware of the weight of their lineage. Yet, in the joyous chaos, a flicker of awareness lights their eyes, a sense that the warmth around them is not just from the hearth, but from the spirits watching over them, guiding their laughter. In moments of sorrow, the connection intensifies. A grieving mother kneels at a grave, her heart heavy with loss. Tears stream down her cheeks as she speaks the names of those who have passed. Each uttered syllable is a bridge to the other side, a way to feel their presence wrapped around her like a warm embrace. She recalls stories of strength and resilience, of the ancestors who faced harsh winters and relentless enemies. In that moment, their strength becomes hers, and she knows she can endure. The Turkic beliefs surrounding the afterlife are equally profound, painting a picture of a world where the line between the living and the dead blurs. The spirits of ancestors are believed to inhabit a realm where they watch over the living, celebrating their victories and mourning their losses. For the Turkic people, death is not an end, but a transformation, a passage into a realm where the ancestors reside, ready to guide and protect those they left behind. Ceremonies are held to honor the dead, filled with music and dance that echo through the valleys. The sound of drums reverberates in the air, each beat a heartbeat shared with those who have departed. As the sun sets, lanterns are lit, casting golden glows that shimmer like the stars above. The living and the dead share a moment as ancestors are called upon, their names spoken like incantations, inviting them to witness the festivities, to be part of the lives they influenced. The deep-rooted belief in the power of ancestors shapes the very identity of the Turkic people. Each clan, each family carries its own unique stories, its own heroes and legends. The tales of great leaders, cunning warriors, and wise sages are passed down through generations, becoming the moral compass for the young. They serve as reminders of where one comes from, of the sacrifices made to ensure a brighter future. In every heart lies a story that connects them to their ancestors, a legacy that infuses purpose and drive. As night cloaks the land, the horseman dismounts, feeling the cool earth beneath his feet. He kneels, head bowed in respect, whispering the names of those who have walked this path before him. Their strength fills him, a comforting weight upon his shoulders. The flickering stars above seem to dance in approval, shimmering with the stories of those who lived and loved, fought and fell. He knows that they are never truly gone. They reside in the memories of their descendants, in the very essence of their being. In a world where the past and present intertwine, the Turkic belief in the role of ancestors stands as a testament to the unbreakable bond between generations. It is a rich tapestry woven with threads of love, loss, courage, and hope. Each individual carries within them the stories and sacrifices of those who came before, a living testament to the power of remembrance and the enduring strength of family. The horseman stands, a solitary figure against the vastness of the night sky. With each heartbeat, he feels the pulse of his ancestors, urging him on, pushing him toward the next horizon. The wind carries their whispers, a gentle reminder that he is a part of something greater. The stars twinkle above, eternal witnesses to the lives lived, the battles fought, and the dreams pursued. In that stillness, a new understanding begins to bloom, a realization that every step he takes is not just for himself, but for all those who walked this land before him and will continue to do so long after he is gone. And as he rides on into the night, the stories of his ancestors weave into his soul, filling him with purpose, guiding him toward the uncharted territories of his life. The cycle of life continues, with each heartbeat echoing the legacy of those who came before. The ancestors linger, their presence felt in every breath, every decision, as he becomes the custodian of their stories, carrying them forward into the uncertain future. The flicker of flames danced in the night, casting an amber glow that flickered against the darkness. A woman stood by the fire, her shadow stretching long and thin, a silhouette of endurance and strength. The air crackled with energy, a living testament to the spirit of fire, wild, unpredictable, yet vital for survival. In many ancient cultures, fire was revered as a divine essence, a spirit that could bring warmth or destruction. Here, in this moment, it was both. Nearby, a river flowed, its waters shimmering under the moonlight. It whispered secrets, sharing tales from centuries past. Water was not merely a substance. It was a life force. The ancients believed that spirits inhabited every droplet, each one a keeper of memories. In the quiet rustle of the river, one could almost hear the echoes of long-forgotten stories, of battles fought and peace made, of love lost and found. The water, in its gentle movement, carried the weight of history, weaving through the land, binding communities and nature together. In the woods surrounding the fire and the river, trees stood tall and proud, guardians of wisdom. Their roots dug deep into the earth, intertwining with each other, forming a living network. The forest was alive, breathing with the rhythm of nature. Each rustling leaf told a story, each creak of the branches a memory. The ancients spoke of tree spirits, protectors of the land, intertwined with the very fabric of existence. They believed that the trees watched over the world, their branches shielding the secrets of nature from prying eyes. As the night deepened, the fire crackled louder, sending sparks swirling into the night sky, chasing away shadows. The flames reached upward, desperate to touch the stars. Among those stars, many ancient peoples saw the souls of their ancestors, watching over them, guiding them. The fire was a bridge between worlds, human and spirit, past and present. It provided warmth and light, but also demanded respect. A flame unfed could dwindle, while an uncontrolled blaze could engulf all in its path. The wind picked up, swirling through the trees with a haunting whistle. It carried the scent of pine, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil. The forest felt alive, vibrating with the whispers of unseen spirits. Each gust seemed to carry a message, an invitation to listen closely. The ancients revered the wind as a messenger of the gods, a spirit that could bring good fortune or mischief. It was a reminder that nature was not merely a backdrop, but a character in its own right, filled with agency and emotion. A lone wolf howled in the distance, a poignant reminder of the wildness that existed beyond the fire's glow. It was a sound that sent shivers down the spine, evoking primal instincts buried deep within the human soul. The howl was a call, a connection to the very essence of life. Wolves, too, were seen as spirit guides in many cultures, embodying loyalty, courage, and the instinctual drive to survive. Their presence was a reminder of the delicate balance between civilization and the untamed wilderness. As the fire crackled, The stories began to flow like the river. Elders spoke of creation myths and the spirits that shaped the world, tales of water spirits who guided lost travelers, of fire spirits who danced in celebration, and of forest spirits who protected the land from harm, unspooled in the night air. Each word carried a weight, a resonance that connected the listeners to something greater, an understanding that the spirits of nature were not distant beings, but integral parts of existence. In the flickering light, a young child moved closer to the fire, captivated by its warmth and light. The child's eyes sparkled with wonder, reflecting the flames as if they held the universe within them. Children, in their innocence, often see the world with clarity that adults lose in the haze of responsibility. They understand that every droplet of rain, every gust of wind, and every flicker of fire holds a story waiting to be told. The elders smiled, knowing that this young soul was not just a listener, but a part of the endless cycle of stories that would be passed on. With every crackle of the fire, tension built within the group. Outside the circle of light, shadows danced menacingly, hinting at the dangers lurking in the dark. The forest, while enchanting, also harbored threats. The stories turned darker, filled with warnings of spirits that wandered too close, the spirits of misfortune and despair. The elders cautioned against disrespecting the land, for nature was not only nurturing, but also fiercely protective of her own. The river, with its gentle gurgling, suddenly swelled. The currents became stronger, mirroring the tension in the air. Nature's moods shifted, echoing the stories being told. A chilling breeze swept through the clearing, stirring the flames and sending sparks swirling into the void. The spirits of water roared to life, and the legends of storms and floods seemed to awaken. The listeners leaned in, hearts racing, drawn deeper into the web of stories that intertwined their fates with those of the spirits. An owl hooted above, its call sharp and clear, cutting through the tension like a knife. This was a reminder that the night was not just a backdrop for tales. It was a living entity, filled with its own energies. The audience felt the weight of the owl's gaze, sensing that it was a watchful spirit, observing the gathering. In many cultures, owls are considered omens, guardians of wisdom, and harbingers of change. Their presence signaled that something important was unfolding, that the balance of nature was at stake. The fire roared higher, as if responding to the call of the owl. The flames twisted and turned, almost alive, reflecting the stories of the spirits roaring to life. Water, fire, and forest were not just elements. They were the very essence of existence, intertwined in a dance that echoed through time. The listeners felt the pull of magic in the air, an electric charge that ignited their imaginations and filled their hearts with a longing for connection to the natural world. In that moment, a realization dawned upon them. They were not just spectators of these tales, but participants in the ongoing story woven into the fabric of life itself. The spirits of water, fire, and forest were alive, watching, waiting for those willing to listen, to engage, to honor the sacred connection they shared. The night deepened, and with it, the stories grew richer, more layered, pulling them into a spiral of emotion that felt both comforting and terrifying. The flicker of the fire cast its spell, and the dance of the spirits continued, weaving threads of history, nature, and human experience into an unbreakable bond. The night was far from over, and as the stories unfolded, the air thickened with possibility, hinting at adventures yet to come. In the stillness of a moonlit night, the land whispered tales that danced on the edge of reality and dreams. Shadows flickered past, where the wind carried the faint laughter of creatures lurking beyond the grasp of ordinary life. These were the mythical beings of Turkic folklore, forged in the flames of history and imagination, each one a flicker of mystery, a thread woven into the rich tapestry of ancient stories. As the first breath of dawn brushed against the earth, the legends of the Ülgen, the benevolent sky god, stirred within the hearts of the people. Ülgen, with his resplendent wings and a golden crown, watched over the earth, blessing its inhabitants with bounty and warmth. He was often depicted with a kind smile, his eyes sparkling like stars, and those who dared to seek his guidance would find comfort in his embrace. Yet, shadows often trailed behind him, for every light casts a darkness. The darkness took form in the creature known as Erlik, the god of death and the underworld. Erlik was said to roam the lands with a chilling presence, cloaked in shadows and whispers. His long fingers reached out, bringing fear to the hearts of those who strayed too far from the light. Legends warned that encountering Erlik was a sign of impending doom. As he moved through the valleys, the air grew thick with tension, and the earth trembled under his weight. His laughter, cold and hollow, echoed through the mountains, sending shivers down the spines of anyone who dared listen too closely. Amidst these dichotomies of light and dark, the legend of the Akbura emerged, a majestic white horse, pure and untamed, symbolizing freedom and spirit. It was said that the Akbura could run faster than the wind, its mane flowing like silver threads under the sun. Those chosen to ride this magical steed often found themselves blessed with wisdom and courage. Many sought the horse, believing it could lead them to their destiny. The creature could appear at dawn, shimmering like a mirage, then vanish just as quickly, leaving behind only the echo of its gallop. Yet, not all beings were so noble. The terrifying Almaz, a wild man of the mountains, lurked in the shadows, his presence sending chills through the bravest of warriors. Covered in hair and filled with the primal instincts of nature, he was both protector and predator. Townsfolk spoke in hushed tones of Almaz, warning children not to wander too close to the mountains at night. Those who encountered him often returned, eyes wide with fear, recounting tales of his fierce roar and the way he vanished into the mist with the agility of a deer. As night fell again, the whimsical stories of the Koyash, the sun god, and his playful siblings filled the air. Koyash, with his golden rays, would dance with the moon and stars, creating a cosmic celebration that resonated through the heavens. Children would gaze skyward, their eyes sparkling with wonder, as they imagined the sun's laughter mingling with the silvery tones of the moon. Koyash was depicted as a radiant figure, spreading warmth and joy, reminding everyone that even in darkness, light would always return. But lurking in the depths of night, the fearsome Jar-Batir awaited. Half man, half beast, with piercing eyes and a roar that could shake the mountains, Jar-Batir guarded the treasures of the earth and the secrets of the ancients. Those who dared to confront him would feel their hearts race, the very air thick with anxiety. Legends spoke of brave souls who, driven by greed or desperation, sought to capture Jar-Batir, only to find themselves lost in the mist, their fates entwined with the beast forever. In the silence of the forest, the enchanting tales of the Kızılkıyık, the red she-wolf, unfurled like smoke. Known for her cunning and fierce loyalty, she was a guardian of lost souls, guiding them through the treacherous paths of life and death. The Kızılkıyık could communicate with the spirits, her fierce howl resonating in the hearts of those who listened, offering strength during their darkest hours. Many believed that if they caught a glimpse of her, they would find hope even in despair. The whispers of the mythological creatures flowed on, revealing tales of the Tengrism, the ancient faith that harmonized nature with humanity. The celestial emissary, a radiant being, was said to carry messages between the heavens and the earth, ensuring balance and connection among all living things. This celestial creature, glowing like a star, was not only a bridge to the divine, but also a reminder of the interconnectedness of all existence. On stormy nights, the harpy, a creature born from the shadows, swept over the land. With wings that spanned the horizon, her mournful cries echoed through the valleys, a haunting melody that invoked both fear and fascination. Legends spoke of those who could hear her song and decipher its meaning, for it foretold of events yet to come. Many sought her out, believing that her winds could grant them the strength to face their destinies. But few returned unchanged, their hearts burdened with secrets. And then there was the Genzik, a mystical phoenix, reborn from its ashes, representing resilience and transformation. It was said that when the Genzik took flight, the world would bloom anew, colors more vibrant than ever before. People would gather, their hearts racing with anticipation, as tales of renewal intertwined with their hopes for a brighter future. The cycle of life, death, and rebirth danced in the flames of the phoenix's wings, igniting a fire within the souls of all who witnessed its ascent. Tales of the Yeti, the guardian of the snow-capped peaks, lingered in the icy air. This reclusive giant, with fur as white as the winter's breath, was known to protect the mountains from intruders, his icy glare piercing through the fog. Those who dared to climb too high often felt his presence, a chilling reminder of nature's authority. The Yeti was both a threat and a protector, a paradox that kept the balance of the world unfaltering. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the stories intertwined, creating an unbreakable bond between the creatures and the people who revered them. The lines between reality and myth blurred, filling the air with anticipation and dread. In the depths of the night, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the tales lived on, each creature a guardian of secrets, a keeper of emotions, forever woven into the fabric of time, waiting to be told again. In the cool, misty dawn, the sun began to rise over the endless steppe, casting long shadows that danced with the whisper of ancient tales. The air was thick with the scent of dew and grass, and the only sound was the distant howl of a wolf, a sound that stirred something deep within the hearts of the nomadic Turkic tribes. This was no ordinary creature. To them, the wolf was a symbol of strength, loyalty, and the wild spirit of freedom. The wolf was their guide, protector, and in many ways, their very essence. From the earliest days, the Turkic people viewed the wolf as a divine creature, a connection between the earthly and the celestial. Legends spoke of Asina, the she-wolf who nursed the progenitor of the Turkic tribes. Asina was not merely a figure of myth. She was a representation of survival, resilience, and rebirth. When the world grew dark and the tribes faced despair, it was the image of Asina that inspired them to rise, to find hope in the shadows. Her story echoed through generations, each telling instilling a sense of unity and purpose among the tribes. As the sun climbed higher, illuminating the vast landscape, the wolf's symbolism began to weave into the very fabric of their lives. Warriors adorned their shields with the image of wolves, believing it offered them protection in battle. The sharp fangs and piercing eyes of the wolf instilled fear in their enemies, while simultaneously instilling courage in their hearts. It was said that to fight alongside the spirit of the wolf was to embrace the very essence of bravery itself, an unyielding force that surged through their veins. Each howl that pierced the quiet of the night resonated with ancient wisdom. When the wolves howled, it was as if they were calling to the spirits of their ancestors, beckoning the courage and strength of those who came before. The tribes would gather around the fire, sharing stories of encounters with these majestic beasts. The flickering flames illuminated faces filled with awe and reverence as they recounted tales where the wolf became a guardian, leading lost souls back to safety or warning of impending danger with a howl that echoed through the darkness. With every tale woven into the tapestry of their shared history, the wolf became more than a creature. It became a mythic figure, embodying the ideals the Turkic tribes aspired to uphold. In their songs and dances, the wolf represented loyalty, an unbreakable bond that held families and clans together. It was believed that a wolf would never abandon its pack, reflecting the profound loyalty that the Turkic people held for each other. Betrayal was the greatest sin, and the wolf stood as a reminder of the strength found in unity. The symbolism of the wolf extended beyond mere loyalty and bravery. It was also about survival in the harsh, unforgiving landscapes they called home. The Turkic tribes faced many challenges, from brutal winters to rival clans. Yet, like the wolf, they learned to adapt and thrive. They observed the wolves as they hunted, their cunning strategies and teamwork, and they mirrored this in their own lives. The wolf taught them to be resourceful, to rely not just on strength, but on wisdom and strategy, lessons that would shape their very way of life. Even in burial practices, the wolf's presence loomed large. Some tribes believed that a wolf would guide the souls of the deceased to the afterlife. To honor the fallen, they would sometimes leave offerings in the wild, gifts meant to appease the wolves. The animals, in turn, were seen as spiritual protectors, watching over the living and the dead alike. The connection to the wolf ran so deep that the Turkic people often thought of themselves as descendants of this noble beast, intertwined in spirit, blood, and destiny. As twilight descended upon the steppe, the world transformed. The golden hues of the sun gave way to the silver light of the moon, and the air filled with an electric energy. A pack of wolves emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing like embers, fierce and watchful. The tribes would gather once more, feeling the pulse of their heritage in their chests. The distant howls filled the night air, igniting a fire within them, connecting them to each other and to something greater. They felt the presence of the wolf, its strength coursing through them, urging them to honor their ancestors and uphold the values that defined their existence. Yet the wolf also held a duality that could not be ignored. It represented the fine line between loyalty and ferocity. While the wolf was a guardian, it was also a fierce hunter, unrelenting in its pursuit. The Turkic tribes understood this balance. They knew that, like the wolf, they must protect their own, but also be prepared to face adversaries with the ferocity of a wild beast. This understanding reflected in their daily lives, a constant tug of war between nurturing bonds and the fierce instinct to survive. In moments of peace, during quiet nights spent under the starlit sky, the stories of the wolf would be shared softly, reverently. They spoke of battles won and lost, of sacrifices made, and of the lessons learned from the wolf who walks the edge of loyalty and solitude. Each tale created a tapestry woven with echoes of laughter and sorrow, a living testament to a relationship that transcended time, a bond that would endure as long as the stars shone above. As the last ember of the fire flickered out, the tails of the wolf lingered in the air, wrapping around the people like a warm embrace. Their hearts beat as one, a rhythm echoing the pulse of the land and the spirit that galloped alongside them. The night stretched on, full of promise and mystery, the wolf's presence ever watchful, guiding their paths into the uncharted future. The connection felt deeper than mere myth. It was a lifeline that would carry them forward, into the unknown, where the spirit of the wolf awaited just beyond the horizon. A flickering fire crackled under the starry sky, casting long shadows across the faces of the gathered tribes. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable energy that seemed to pulse in time with the distant drumbeats echoing through the night. Here, in this sacred space, the lines between the living and the spirits blurred as the shaman prepared to lead his people into the world beyond. In the ancient days, long before the certainties of modern life, the Turkic peoples found themselves at the mercy of nature's wildness. Their lives revolved around the cycles of the earth, the rise and fall of the sun, the changing of the seasons, and the unpredictable temperament of the wind. They turned to the spirits that inhabited their world, believing each rock, tree, and river held a consciousness that could be called upon for guidance and protection. The shaman, revered and feared, stood as the bridge between these two realms, a mystic mediator who traversed the unseen. With a deep resonating chant, the shaman summoned the spirit of the great wolf, a creature embodying strength and loyalty. The flickering flames danced in rhythm with his voice, weaving a tapestry of sound that pulled the onlookers closer, their hearts racing with both awe and trepidation. The shaman's body began to sway, caught in a trance, as the spirit entered him. It was a moment of vulnerability and power, a sacred exchange that left the observers transfixed. The shaman's eyes rolled back, revealing the whites as he channeled the spirit. Suddenly, the air was charged with electricity, the atmosphere thick with the weight of the ancient and the divine. The audience felt an instinctual pull, as if the very ground beneath them had come alive. Every blade of grass, every rustle of leaves was a whisper from the ancestors. They could feel the presence of their forebears watching, guiding, and reminding them of their place in this vast cosmos. This practice of shamanism was not merely about ritual. It was woven into the very fabric of Turkic identity. The shaman's role was multifaceted. He was a healer, a guardian, a prophet. His hands, often adorned with feathers and beads, worked not just with physical ailments, but with the unseen wounds of the soul. The stories told by the flickering firelight spoke of healing journeys, where the shaman would enter the spirit world to seek answers for the living, often battling malevolent forces to restore balance. Each ceremony was marked by offerings to the spirits, small tokens of gratitude left on the earth, food laid out for the unseen guests. The Turkic peoples understood the delicate balance of giving and receiving, a cosmic dance of respect and reciprocity. They believed that every act of nature was an echo of the spirit realm. A sudden gust of wind could be a voice from the vast sky, while a gentle rain might be the tears of ancestors washing over them. Emotions swelled as the tribes remembered their lost ones, their joys, and their struggles. In these moments, the past felt as present as the flames before them. As the shaman's voice reached a crescendo, the energy shifted. The trance began to deepen, and the audience felt a collective breath, held in anticipation. The shaman's movements became more erratic, embodying the spirits that surged through him. Some trembled with fear, while others cried out for clarity, their hopes and wishes carried into the ether. Children, wide-eyed and clutching their parents' hands, sensed the power of the moment, a mystical force that resonated with their very being. The spirit of the eagle soared into view, majestic and powerful. The shaman spoke of visions, of flight and freedom, of the soul's journey beyond the confines of the body. The audience was captivated, their hearts racing in time with the beat of the drum. They closed their eyes, allowing the words to wash over them, filling their minds with images of soaring through the clouds, unbound by earthly limits. They could almost taste the freedom, feel the wind beneath their wings. Yet, not all spirits were benevolent. The shaman had to confront the shadows that lingered, the darker aspects of the spirit world that sought to disrupt the harmony of life. With a fierce determination, he summoned the strength of his ancestors, calling upon the Great Bear for protection. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Faces turned pale, and breaths quickened as the shaman wrestled with unseen entities. The battle of good and evil unfolding before their very eyes. The drumbeat quickened, resonating with the essence of life itself. It echoed the heartbeat of the earth, a reminder that everything was interconnected. The audience, now fully engrossed in the ceremony, felt the weight of their ancestors' struggles and triumphs. They were reminded of their responsibilities, of the need to honor the land and the spirits that walked beside them. As the shaman emerged from the trance, gasping for breath, the energy shifted once more. The sacred space filled with a profound silence, an echo of the journey just undertaken. He looked into the eyes of his people, each reflecting the flickering flames and the light of understanding. Wisdom flowed between them like a river, a connection that transcended time and space. The journey of shamanism, with its sacred rituals and powerful spirits, was not just a practice. It was the heartbeat of the Turkic culture. Each ceremony was a testament to resilience, a call to remember, and a promise to honor the past. The stories of the shaman echoed through the night, reminding everyone present that they were part of something greater, a tapestry woven with the threads of life, death, and rebirth. And just as the fire began to dwindle, leaving a glowing ember in the night, the shaman raised his arms to the heavens, calling for the spirits to bless those gathered. The air shimmered with unspoken promises, and the people felt a stirring within their souls, a reminder of their own journeys, the battles they had fought, and the spirits guiding them still. The ancient rhythms of life pulsed on, a continuing saga that bound the living to the departed. As the ceremony came to a close, the stars twinkled above like watchful eyes, a reminder of the ever-present connection between the earth and the sky. The people stood, still wrapped in the warmth of the fire's glow and the spirit's embrace, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Their hearts beat in unity, echoing the eternal song of the earth, an unbroken thread that would carry them forward into the next chapter of their lives. The air vibrated with the murmurs of ancient spirits as the sun dipped low, casting golden shadows across the wild grass. A group of men and women gathered around a flickering fire, their faces illuminated by the dancing flames. The night was thick with anticipation, each moment steeped in a tradition that had been passed down through generations. They were about to partake in a ritual steeped in history, a ceremony that connected them to the very essence of their ancestors. As the first note of a haunting melody filled the air, the participants closed their eyes, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. This was no ordinary night. It was a moment brimming with purpose, where every heartbeat resonated with the sounds of the past. They were invoking the spirits of their forebears, calling upon the wisdom of the ages to guide them. In this sacred space, rituals unfolded like stories, etched in time, each movement and word heavy with significance. The shaman, adorned in a cloak of intricate patterns, stepped forward. His voice rose above the rustling leaves, powerful and ethereal. He began to recite ancient prayers, invoking the sky god Tengri, the protector of all Turkic peoples. The words flowed like water, smooth and clear, touching the very core of their being. The fire crackled in response, as if the spirits themselves were listening, eager to weave their presence into the fabric of the evening. Around the fire, the participants held objects that represented their connection to the earth: feathers, stones, and small totems. Each item was not merely a trinket, it was a vessel of memory, a bridge to their ancestors. As they offered these items to the flames, sparks flew into the night sky, carrying their hopes, fears, and prayers to the heavens above. The air was electric, charged with emotion. The past and present collided in a beautiful dance. Dancing soon erupted in a flurry of motion. The rhythmic beating of drums echoed through the night, drawing out the unrestrained spirit of the gathering. Each step was an homage to their ancestors, a celebration of life that transcended time. Laughter and shouts of joy intermingled with the solemn prayers, creating a tapestry of sound that reverberated with the history of the Turkic peoples. The energy swelled, and the fire's glow became a beacon, illuminating the path of their lineage. But the rituals were not merely joyful celebrations. They also served as channels for emotion, a means to confront and honor loss. A somber hush fell over the crowd when the time came to remember those who had departed. Each participant stepped forward, placing a stone on a makeshift altar, each stone a heavy reminder of someone missed. Tears mingled with the dust of the earth, and as they spoke the names of their lost loved ones, the wind seemed to carry their words far and wide, a testament to love that knows no bounds. The night wore on, and the rituals shifted like the stars above. A cleansing ceremony began, where participants bathed in the flickering light of the fire, seeking purification from past wrongs and burdens. They washed their hands and faces, the flames crackling with each splash of water, as if the very fire was eager to consume their sins. The shaman's chant transformed into a soothing melody, beckoning each soul to let go of their heaviness, to be reborn anew in the warmth of the night. As dawn approached, the rituals took on an entirely different tone. A ceremony to bless the coming day unfolded, filled with hope and promise. The rising sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, reflecting the faces of those gathered. They turned toward the east, arms outstretched in reverence, welcoming the light with open hearts. Each breath became an offering, a silent prayer for strength, prosperity, and unity. It was a moment of connection, a fusion of the earth and sky, where the divine met the mortal. With the sun fully risen, the gathered souls prepared to share their offerings, food from the earth, crafted with care and intention. They feasted together, laughter mingling with the aroma of freshly cooked dishes. This was not merely a meal, it was a communion, a celebration of life itself. Each bite carried the essence of their heritage, a reminder of the land they called home. The stories flowed as freely as the food, weaving a narrative that anchored them in their shared identity. But beneath the surface of this joyous gathering, the shadows of the past lingered. The memory of ancient sacrifices hung heavily, an acknowledgement of the struggles endured for the sake of survival. The Turkic peoples had a complex relationship with the divine, marked by the sacrifices made in desperate times. As one elder recounted tales of battles fought and lives lost, the weight of history settled upon the gathering like a thick fog. The spirits of the past whispered through the trees, reminding them that every joy was intertwined with sorrow. The rituals never truly ended. They simply transitioned seamlessly into daily life. Each act became a ceremony in its own right, where the mundane was infused with sacredness. The way the young mothers sang lullabies to their babies echoed the ancient melodies of their ancestors. The seasonal changes were marked with festivals that honored the earth, ensuring that their connection to the land remained vibrant and alive. And so, as night fell once again, the fire blazed anew, and the cycle continued. The flickering flames called out to the weary souls, inviting them to remember, to honor, and to celebrate. The songs and stories would never fade. They would weave through the fabric of time, binding generations together in an unbroken chain of love, loss, and resilience. In that sacred space, where history and heart intertwined, the Turkic rituals stood as a powerful testament to the enduring spirit of a people. Each ceremony, each moment, was a thread in the rich tapestry of their identity, whispering secrets of the past to those willing to listen. And as the stars twinkled above, the fire crackled with life, promising that the stories would forever echo in the hearts of those who gathered around it. A living legacy waiting to unfold. In ancient times, before the hum of machines and the glow of screens, people lay their heads to rest under a blanket of stars, whispering their hopes and fears into the dark. It was in these quiet moments, as the world slept, that dreams and omens danced in the shadows, weaving the fabric of fate with threads of mystery and meaning. A flicker of flame from a dying candle illuminated a figure, an old woman with silver hair and wise eyes, hunched over an altar adorned with symbols of the unknown. She was a seer, and her world was filled with the whispers of the sleeping. Across the ages, dreams have been seen as windows to the soul. The ancient Egyptians believed that dreams carried messages from the gods, guiding them through life's labyrinth. They kept dream journals, painstakingly recording every vision, for they knew that a dream could foretell the future or warn of impending doom. A young priest named Amenhotep, restless in the night, once dreamt of the Nile flooding, a disaster that would bring famine to his people. He awoke with a jolt, heart racing, realizing the weight of his vision. He rushed to the pharaoh, who listened intently, recognizing the urgency woven into Amenhotep's words. The Nile's waters were monitored closely, and when the floods came, they were prepared, saving countless lives. As the sun rose each day, dreams lingered like morning mist, and omens fluttered about like unseen spirits. In ancient Rome, the augurs, priests skilled in interpreting the flight of birds or the entrails of sacrificed animals, held tremendous power. A young soldier named Cassius, eager to join the ranks of the mighty, stood before the augur, trembling. Today was his day to decide whether to march into battle or to turn back. The augur's eyes were dark pools of knowledge, and as he deciphered the patterns in the sky, the air grew thick with anticipation. "The birds fly south," he declared. The omen was clear, yet Cassius felt a shiver crawl down his spine. The air thickened with foreboding, and as he stepped back, he couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps it was not merely a sign of retreat, but a shadow of his fate, looming ever closer. In the distant lands of the Celts, dreams held even deeper significance. They believed that the veil between worlds was thinnest during sleep. A warrior named Bran, returning from a fierce battle, collapsed on the forest floor, exhaustion stealing his strength. As he drifted into slumber, he found himself in a luminous realm filled with shimmering lights and ethereal beings. One being, a woman draped in mist, approached him, her voice a gentle caress. "Beware the raven, for it heralds betrayal." Bran awoke, gasping. The raven, a symbol of death, now held a different meaning in his heart. He turned to his comrades, cautioning them against a trusted friend, a decision that would later save his life when betrayal struck. The Greeks, too, found richness in dreams. The oracles of Delphi, revered for their prophetic insights, would enter trance-like states, allowing the divine to speak through them. Young men and women traveled from all corners of the known world seeking answers. One such traveler, a young woman named Lyra, sought guidance about her ailing father. The air around the oracle was charged with energy as she listened intently to the cryptic words of the Pythia. "In the night, a serpent will rise, but the dawn will reveal the truth." Lyra returned home, her heart heavy with worry. That very night, she dreamt of a serpent slithering in her father's garden, a sign of illness lurking close. Armed with urgency, she called for the local healer, who saved her father just in time. The dreams, it seemed, were always one step ahead, whispering truths veiled in riddles. In the tradition of the indigenous peoples of the Americas, dreams were revered as sacred. They believed that the spirit world communicated through visions while the body rested. A young boy named Nahuel encountered a powerful dream of a great bear, majestic and fierce, who spoke to him in a rumbling voice. "You are destined to become a protector of our people," said the bear. When Nahuel awoke, he carried the weight of the dream like a badge of honor. He sought teachers, honing his skills as a warrior and protector, embodying the strength and courage of the bear. In times of crisis, he would remember that dream, a guiding light amid chaos, reminding him of the deep connection to his ancestors and the sacred land. As centuries turned into millennia, the weight of dreams and omens continued to echo through time, weaving a tapestry of human experience. In the medieval world, knights and ladies often turned to dreams, believing that visions could foretell their fates in love and war. A young knight, Sir Alaric, lay restless in his chamber, haunted by a dream of a lady weeping beneath a willow tree. When he awoke, the image lingered, compelling him to seek out the willow in the nearby woods. There he found a heartbroken lady, her sorrow palpable. Alaric's heart swelled with compassion, and in that moment, he knew he was meant to help her heal. Thus, from a dream born in the shadows of the night, a bond was formed that would change both their lives forever. Through these whispers of the night, the importance of dreams and omens reverberates across time, stitching together the threads of history and human emotion, binding the living with the unseen. As the ancient world gave way to the modern, the belief in dreams as vessels of truth began to fade, yet their essence still lingers. A young girl in a quiet town, holding her breath in anticipation, folds her hands as she closes her eyes, hoping to catch a glimpse of the messages that may change her destiny. The night stretches on, filled with promise and peril, and within the depths of slumber, the echoes of history and the weight of dreams await to reveal their secrets once more. In a dimly lit room, shadows flickered against the walls as a candle burned low, casting an eerie glow on the faces of the people gathered around. They held hands tightly, their breaths shallow and quick, each heartbeat echoing the weight of what they were about to discuss. What happens after we die? The question hung in the air, heavy and charged with emotion, igniting a flicker of fear and curiosity in everyone present. From ancient Egypt, where the Nile whispered stories of gods and pharaohs, the belief in an afterlife was woven into the very fabric of daily life. The Egyptians meticulously prepared their dead, crafting elaborate tombs filled with treasures, hoping to ensure their loved ones would thrive in the next world. The Grand Pyramids, towering against the desert sky, were monuments to this belief, guarded by the fearsome Sphinx and watched over by Osiris, the god of the afterlife. Mummification was not just a ritual, it was a sacred promise. Bodies were treated with reverence, wrapped in linen, and adorned with charms, as the living sought to protect the souls of the departed on their perilous journey through the underworld, where judgment awaited. But just a few continents away, in the vast expanse of the Americas, another tapestry of belief unraveled. The ancient Mayans peered into the heavens and saw a cycle of death and rebirth. Their temples, steeped in mystery, stood as testament to a world where the dead were not truly gone, but transformed. They believed the soul's journey was fraught with challenges, navigating the Xibalba, the underworld filled with trials. To honor the spirits, they held ceremonies that echoed with the sound of drums, their chants rising into the air as they called upon their ancestors for guidance, weaving the past and present into an eternal dance. On the other side of the globe, in the heart of India, the Ganges River flowed like a silver ribbon, sacred and alive with the prayers of millions. Here, the belief in reincarnation reigned supreme. Life was seen as a wheel, spinning endlessly, where each soul moved from one life to another, carrying the weight of karma. The burning ghats, where bodies were cremated, sent smoke curling toward the heavens, symbolizing the liberation of the soul. Families gathered, tears streaming down their faces, celebrating lives lived while embracing the cycle of loss. Each flame was not an end, but a transition, an invitation for the departed to soar free, releasing the ties of earthly existence. Across the ocean, in the land of the rising sun, Japan embraced the intricate interplay of Shinto and Buddhism. The spirits of ancestors were honored with reverence, deeply embedded in the culture. The Obon Festival, with its lanterns lighting the path for wandering souls, became a poignant reminder that the dead were never truly gone. Families returned to their ancestral homes, sharing laughter and tears, bridging the gap between the living and the deceased. In this sacred time, the veil thinned, allowing spirits to join the celebrations, the air thick with love and longing, reminding all of the unbreakable bond that transcended life and death. As stories of the afterlife spread across different cultures, the emotions they stirred transcended borders. The ancient Greeks envisioned a realm beneath the earth ruled by Hades, where souls were ferried across the river. Styx, by Charon, the grim boatman. It was a land of shadows, a place where the echoes of laughter and sorrow intertwined. Here, the living sought to honor their dead through rituals, ensuring they were remembered, their names whispered in prayers, to keep their spirits alive in the hearts of the living. In stark contrast, the Norse believed in Valhalla, a majestic hall where fallen warriors feasted and fought until the end of days. Death was not to be feared, but embraced, a ticket to glory in the afterlife. The Valkyries, fierce and beautiful, chose the bravest souls to accompany them, guiding them to a paradise where valor reigned supreme. The stories of bravery and honor inspired generations, igniting the flames of courage in the hearts of those who remained behind. In the modern world, the afterlife remains a profound topic that stirs deep emotions. As people grapple with grief, they often turn to the beliefs passed down through generations. In heartfelt conversations, they share stories of loved ones, seeking comfort in the idea that life continues beyond the physical realm. The belief in an afterlife offers solace, a glimmer of hope in the dark moments of loss, where memories become a bridge to those who have departed. Yet, despite these beliefs, there lies a tension, a yearning for understanding that is never fully satisfied. The fear of the unknown looms large, challenging even the most steadfast beliefs. It is this delicate dance between hope and dread that fuels the human spirit, stirring the depths of the heart. When a loved one passes, the world feels colder, yet the warmth of shared memories ignites a fire of remembrance, reminding the living that love can transcend even death. In quiet moments, people whisper their fears and hopes under the stars, seeking signs from lost loved ones. They search for comfort in dreams and signs, a butterfly fluttering by, a gentle breeze on a calm day. These moments of connection, however fleeting, are the threads that stitch together the fabric of life and death, creating a tapestry rich with meaning. The stories of those who walked before us linger in the air, uniting cultures through shared experiences of love, loss, and longing. The afterlife remains an intricate part of the human experience, threading together the past and present, echoing the primal need for connection that resides in every heart. As the candle flickers low, the shadows deepen, and the conversation continues. What lies beyond the veil? What awaits on the other side? The questions linger, heavy with emotion, as the warmth of connection fills the room, binding the living to the memories of those who came before and those who will follow, forever entwined in the circle of existence. The wind howled across the steppes, carrying with it the whispers of ancient heroes. Each gust seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 stories, echoing tales of bravery and honor, tales that would stir the hearts of those who dared to listen. Underneath the vast sky, the silhouettes of proud warriors stood tall, each one a testament to the enduring spirit of their people, their valor etched into the very fabric of the land. In the age when time itself seemed to bend under the strength of legends, the Turkic tribes thrived, their lives woven with the threads of myth. The legends of Ergenekon spoke of a time when the Turkic people were trapped in a valley, their existence all but lost. Yet it was the strength of a single man, a leader named Asparu, who rallied his people with a vision of freedom. He wielded a sword that shimmered like the stars, a weapon gifted by the sky itself. His voice thundered as he urged his people to rise, and they did, breaking the chains of despair. They surged forward, hearts ablaze with the promise of a new dawn. Asparu became more than just a warrior. He transformed into a symbol of hope. He led his people through the mountains, facing mythical beasts that had long haunted their dreams. Tales spoke of a dragon, its scales like molten gold, guarding the only path to freedom, with a fierce determination burning in his chest. Asparu faced the creature, his sword raised high. The battle shook the earth, and with each swing of his blade, he carved a path, not just to freedom, but to immortality. The dragon's roar echoed through the valleys, but it was drowned out by the triumphant cries of the Turkic people as they surged past their fallen foe, their spirits soaring higher than the eagles above. But valor was not limited to the battlefield. The stories also celebrated the quiet heroism of individuals who stood against injustice. One such tale was that of Aybik, a woman whose beauty was eclipsed only by her bravery. When a rival tribe threatened her village, she stood tall, a fierce flame of defiance against their encroachment. With her cunning and wisdom, she devised a plan that turned the tables. Disguised as a traitor, she infiltrated the enemy camp, weaving tales that drew them in like moths to a flame. When the time was right, she unleashed her secret weapon, the strength of her own people, who ambushed the rival tribe from within, reclaiming their land and their dignity. Aybik became a legend, her name revered, a reminder that valor takes many forms. As the tales of heroism spread, so did the bonds forged in the fires of conflict. The epic of the Dede Korkut echoed through the ages, presenting not just the struggles of warriors, but also the enduring love between them. In the story of Bamzi Bayrek and his beloved, they faced trials that tested their loyalty and affection. Bamzi, a knight of unmatched skill, fought through countless battles, yet it was the promise of returning to his love that fueled his every strike. Their love was portrayed as an unbreakable bond, a force that transcended the chaos surrounding them. It was said that even the fiercest of enemies could feel the weight of their devotion, a reminder that love, too, could be a weapon of great power. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the land, the tales turned darker, revealing the shadows that lurked even among the bravest. The saga of Korkut Ata, the wise elder, reminded all that wisdom was a form of valor. He taught that true heroes did not only fight, they guided their people through the storms of life. His stories served as lessons, echoing through the generations. He spoke of the importance of unity, of standing together against adversity. In a world where betrayal could come from the most trusted, Korkut's wisdom shone like a beacon, reminding the Turkic people that bravery could also be found in the choice to forgive and uplift. Twists of fate often shaped these legends, as was the case with the tale of Turkic, a man cursed to live in eternal battle. His spirit, once free, was bound to the conflict of his ancestors. Every generation, he would rise anew, fighting against foes that sought to extinguish his people's flame. His struggle transcended time, a never-ending cycle of conflict and courage. As he charged into the fray, his heart echoed with the voices of those who had come before, warriors and lovers, all entwined in the tapestry of his existence. Each clash of swords resonated with the knowledge that every battle fought was a step toward redemption, not just for himself, but for the entire lineage of his people. In the quiet moments between the storm of war, the spirit of the Turkic people was captured in their songs and stories. Around flickering fires, they gathered, the flames dancing in rhythm with their heartbeat. They shared tales of the brave and the wise, of love and sacrifice. With each retelling, the stories grew, wrapping around their hearts like a warm embrace. The air was thick with emotion, each word igniting a spark of courage in the listeners, reminding them that heroism lay not just in grand gestures, but in the everyday choices made in the face of fear. Underneath the sky, with stars twinkling like the eyes of ancestors long gone, the narrative of heroism continued to unfold. Each story was a thread in a larger fabric, a reminder that the spirit of the Turkic people was unbreakable, woven from the valor of those who came before. With every gust of wind, every whisper of the grass, the legends of bravery and love lived on, waiting to be told and retold, forever igniting the spirit of those who heard them. in a land where the mountains rise like ancient sentinels and the valleys whisper tales of old. The epic of Manas breathes life into the soul of the Kyrgyz people. This isn't just a story, it is a heartbeat echoing through time, a powerful testament to courage, unity, and the enduring spirit of a nation. The air is thick with anticipation, laden with the weight of history and the cries of warriors long past. As the sun sets, casting a fiery glow over the rugged terrain, a figure emerges, a lone bard, his face illuminated by the flickering firelight, ready to share an age-old tale that can still stir the deepest emotions of its listeners. Manas, the legendary hero, stands tall against the backdrop of a world filled with strife and division. His tale intertwines with the lives of his people, reflecting their struggles, their dreams, and their unyielding hope. With every word, the bard's voice resonates through the gathering, a tapestry woven with the threads of bravery, love, and sacrifice. Each note dances in the night air, igniting the hearts of those who listen as they are transported to a time when honor ruled above all else. The Epic of Manas is not merely a chronicle of battles fought and lands conquered. It is a powerful exploration of human emotion and the bonds that unite people. In one moment, the audience feels the weight of despair as Manas faces the treachery of foes who would tear apart the very fabric of his tribe. In the next, they are uplifted by the indomitable spirit of friendship as his loyal companions rally to his side, ready to fight against insurmountable odds. The stakes are not just about victory or defeat. They are about the very essence of identity. As the bard recounts the tragic loss of Manas's beloved wife, the air grows thick with sorrow. Audience members find themselves holding their breath, feeling the raw ache of love lost and the lingering shadows of grief. Yet, even in this darkness, glimmers of resilience light the path. Manas's heart, though heavy, beats stronger with the memories of those he loves. His journey transforms into a rallying cry for his people, urging them to rise against their despair. As the narrative unfolds, the audience is swept into a vivid portrayal of the historic battles that defined a nation. The clash of swords, the thunder of hooves, the cries of warriors resonate, each moment amplifying the tension. The bard's voice crescendos, filled with urgency as he describes Manas charging into battle, his fierce spirit igniting a flame of courage within his men. They fight not just for land, but for their very existence, their families, their heritage. Each strike of a sword carries the weight of their ancestors' dreams, echoing the timeless struggle for freedom and justice. Amidst the chaos of war, the story pauses for a tender moment. Manas, weary but resolute, kneels by a riverbank where the water flows as a witness to his pain and his purpose. Here, he reflects on the love he has lost and the love that still surrounds him, a poignant reminder that even in times of turmoil, there is beauty to be found. The audience feels the warmth of his hope as he vows to protect his people, to honor those who have fallen, and to ensure their legacy lives on. But the narrative pulls sharply back into the fray. Betrayal lurks in the shadows as enemies conspire, eager to exploit the cracks in Manas's strength. The tension escalates, like a taut string ready to snap, with every heartbeat echoing the ticking clock of fate. Allies become enemies, friendships are tested, and doubts creep into the hearts of even the most steadfast warriors. The bard's voice trembles with urgency, carrying with it the thrill of uncertainty. Will Manas be able to unite his fractured tribe in the face of adversity? As the story unfolds further, The audience is introduced to the wisdom of the elders, who, with their weathered faces and gentle guidance, remind the warriors that every battle fought is not just for the victory at hand, but for the legacy that will shape the future. The tension shifts. The slow, reflective moments are interspersed with intense clashes, creating a rhythm that mirrors the ebb and flow of life itself. The struggles of the present become intertwined with the lessons of the past, forging a sense of continuity that resonates deeply with those who listen. The bard's performance reaches a fever pitch as the climax draws near. The air crackles with intensity, and the audience is on the edge of their seats, hearts racing, breaths held. Manas rallies his troops, a thunderous roar rising from the depths of their collective spirit. They march forward, not just as warriors, but as a family, bound by love and loyalty. The sound of their footsteps is a powerful reminder that they are not alone in their fight. Yet, the story does not resolve here. The unfolding drama leaves the audience with an insatiable thirst for what comes next. The complexities of life, the ever-present dance of hope and despair, echo in the hearts of those gathered. The unresolved tensions and the promise of more battles, both external and internal, hang heavy in the air. Just as they think they know the outcome, another twist looms on the horizon, keeping them entranced, yearning for the next chapter of Manas's journey, the next crescendo of emotion, the next reminder of what it means to be truly alive. Under the vast sky where the sun kisses the earth and legends breathe life into the winds, women stand as the pillars of Turkic mythology, their stories woven with threads of strength, wisdom, and enigma. These are not mere figures in ancient tales. They are the fierce guardians of culture, the serene protectors of family, and the fierce warriors of the spirit. The very essence of their being pulses through the rhythm of the step, echoing in the hearts of those who remember. In the smoky haze of a firelit tent, the air thick with the scent of roasted lamb and sweet grasses, a young girl listens with rapt attention. Her grandmother, with silver hair cascading like a waterfall, spins stories that shimmer with magic and truth. With each word, the girl is transported to a world where the sky goddess Umai cradles the souls of children, and the earth itself becomes a nurturing mother. Umai, revered and adored, embodies fertility and protection, her presence a promise of safety in the chaos of life. Women, in Turkic myths, are not merely passive figures. They are the very architects of existence, molding reality with their desires and dreams. As twilight descends, casting a golden glow over the steppe, the stories grow bolder. The figure of Korkut, the legendary bard, is joined by the fierce warrior women, who ride alongside men, their hearts beating in unison with the galloping hooves of their horses. These women, spirited and brave, are not to be trifled with. They wield bows and arrows with the same grace they weave intricate tapestries, their skills a testament to the balance of strength and beauty. The tales speak of the legendary warrior woman, Didi Korkut's sister, who fights not just for land and honor, but for the preservation of her people's spirit. The tension mounts as another story emerges from the shadows. The enchanting figure of the moon goddess, Izet, appears, her silvery light guiding lost souls through the night. She is a symbol of mystery and femininity, embodying the delicate balance between light and dark. Her laughter echoes through the valleys, a serenade that both enchants and terrifies. Izet reminds the people of the power of intuition, of listening to the whispers of the night. Women like her navigate the labyrinth of life, their instincts sharp as a blade, guiding their kin through the trials and tribulations of existence. Yet, in the midst of these enchanting tales, the weight of sorrow lingers. The legends also speak of women who have suffered, their fates intertwined with tragedy. From the depths of despair, they rise again, embodying resilience that can make the earth tremble. The figure of the lamenting mother, her cries piercing the night like an arrow, resonates through the tales of loss and love. She is a reminder that even in grief, there is strength, a fire that ignites in the face of adversity. Her tears become the rain that nourishes the land, her pain a powerful force that shapes the very fabric of their world. The stories swirl around the girl like a gentle breeze, imbuing her with the strength of her ancestors. She feels a connection to the women of the past, their struggles and victories coursing through her veins. The tales breathe life into her spirit, instilling a sense of purpose. She understands that she too can be a warrior, a protector, a nurturer. The spirits of the women who came before her whisper in her ear, urging her to embrace her destiny, to carve her own story into the annals of time. As the night deepens, the fire crackles and pops, casting flickering shadows that dance against the walls of the tent. The girl's heart races as she hears the story of the fox and the woman, a tale filled with cunning and wisdom. She learns that even the most delicate of creatures can outsmart the fierce predator when driven by love and determination. The woman in the story, with her quick wit, becomes a symbol of cleverness and resilience, leaving an indelible mark on the girl's heart. The fire's glow reflects in her eyes, igniting a spark of inspiration that will guide her in her own life. Just as the night seems to settle into a tranquil calm, the atmosphere shifts. The winds carry a whisper of urgency, a reminder that the stories are not just tales of old, but living memories that demand attention. The girl, now wide-eyed and aware, realizes the weight of these narratives. Each woman's journey is a thread in the grand tapestry of history, a connection that binds generations together. The legends of the past ripple through time, reminding the present of its roots, its strength, and its spirit. The stories tug at the girl's heart, each one drawing her deeper into the essence of womanhood. The fierce spirit of the steppe women calls to her, a siren's song that promises adventure and purpose. She can almost hear the sound of galloping horses and the clash of swords, a thrilling symphony that intertwines with the whispers of the wise and the cries of the sorrowful. The tales don't just linger in the air. They wrap around her like a protective cloak, preparing her for the battles ahead. As the fire dims and the stars twinkle like ancient diamonds scattered across the sky, the girl knows that the stories will never truly end. They will live on in her heart, in the hearts of those who come after her. The cycle continues, the dance of life and myth eternal, as the women of Turkic mythology forge paths of courage, resilience, and love. Their legacy is woven into the very fabric of existence, a tapestry that will unfurl with each new dawn, waiting for the next voice to sing their praises and carry their stories forward into the uncharted future. In the flicker of candlelight, shadows danced across the walls of ancient caves, whispering secrets of worlds long forgotten. Here, mythical creatures roamed, etched into stone by hands that trembled with awe and reverence. Each figure told a story, a reflection of humanity's hopes and fears, embodying lessons that echoed through the ages. The unicorn with its spiraling horn represented purity and grace. Often seen as a symbol of hope, it was said to appear only in the presence of the truly innocent. In medieval tapestries, It pranced beside ladies of the court, its radiant form glowing against the muted colors of the fabric. Tales painted it as elusive, a creature of magic that could heal the sick and purify poisoned waters. But the unicorn's reality was more than just a fairy tale. It spoke of a yearning within the human heart, a longing for something wondrous and unattainable. A ghost of a dream that flickered just out of reach. Farther away, in the misty mountains of Tibet, the majestic dragon took to the skies. Revered in Asian cultures, dragons were not the fearsome beasts of Western lore, but wise and benevolent guardians of the earth. They symbolized power, strength, and good fortune. Ancient texts describe them as bringers of rain, essential for life, forging a deep connection between the heavens and the earth. A dragon soaring high was a sight that filled the hearts of villagers with hope. Its presence promised prosperity and abundance. Each scale on its back reflected the colors of dawn, hinting at the awakening of new beginnings and the relentless cycle of life. The phoenix, rising from its own ashes, painted a portrait of transformation and rebirth. In the eons that preceded time itself, tales spoke of this fiery bird, consumed by flames only to rise again, more vibrant than before. The Greeks believed it lived for 500 years before undergoing this glorious resurrection. The story stirred emotions deep within human souls, echoing the trials and tribulations of life. Each time the phoenix soared into the sky, it reminded those below that even in our darkest moments, there is a flicker of light that can guide us back to hope. In the dense jungles of South America, the jaguar prowled with an air of quiet confidence. Revered by ancient civilizations like the Maya and Aztecs, it was a symbol of strength, stealth, and the balance between the material and spiritual worlds. Legends told of jaguars being the protectors of the night, guiding the souls of the deceased through the darkness. Its piercing eyes mirrored the moonlight, illuminating the path ahead, while its quiet roar resonated like a heartbeat in the forest. The jaguar stood as a reflection of every individual's inner strength, urging them to embrace their power while navigating the shadows of life. The griffin, a majestic creature with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle, symbolized a union of strength and wisdom. In ancient Greece and Persia, it was believed that griffins guarded treasures of immeasurable value, both material and spiritual. They soared above the earth, watching over those who dared to seek their fortunes. The image of this creature sparked a sense of wonder, inspiring tales of adventure and bravery. Each encounter with a griffin was said to bring forth courage. It urged lost souls to rise above their circumstances, reminding them of the riches that lay not just in gold, but in the heart's true desires. As the world turned, tales of the mermaid emerged from the depths of the oceans, captivating the imagination of sailors and dreamers alike. With the upper body of a beautiful woman and the tail of a fish, these alluring beings were both enchanting and perilous. They symbolized duality, the beauty of the sea and its hidden dangers. Stories spun of mermaids luring sailors to their doom with their beguiling songs, but they also represented longing and the search for belonging. With every wave that crashed against the shore, mermaids beckoned those who felt lost to dive into their depths, to embrace the unknown, and to seek the treasures that lay beneath the surface. In the icy tundras of the north, the majestic phoenix of the Arctic emerged in legends, the white wolf. This creature, often seen as a symbol of loyalty and perseverance, depicted the essence of family and community. Tribes revered the wolf for its intelligence and powerful instincts, showing how strength could be found in unity. The howl of the wolf echoed through the frozen nights, a reminder that even in isolation, one was never truly alone. It gave voice to the silent fears that lurked in the hearts of those who listened, urging them to stand strong against the storms of life. Every creature, every symbolic representation of mythology, carried with it the weight of human experience, the struggles, joys, and dreams woven into the fabric of time. Each story held a mirror to the soul, a reflection of what it means to be human in an ever-changing world. With every whispered tale, a sense of connection emerged, binding generations across cultures, reminding them that within every shadow lurked the promise of light. These mythical animals, with their rich histories and symbolic meanings, danced in the minds of those who believed. Each encounter left a mark, igniting the embers of imagination, urging hearts to dream, to hope, and to embrace the extraordinary. The air was thick with anticipation as the threads of these stories beckoned, weaving seamlessly into the tapestry of existence, drawing closer to the next chapter in the endless saga of life. In the silence of early dawn, a shiver runs through the vast steppes of Central Asia, where the golden sun awakens the land with a gentle caress. Here, time is not merely a ticking clock, but the heartbeat of the earth, where the seasons weave an intricate tapestry of life and death, growth and decay. To the Turkic peoples, these cycles are sacred, a profound dance orchestrated by unseen forces, each season holding its own story, its own lessons. As the first rays of sunlight break through the fog, they illuminate the faces of ancient shamans who stand at the sacred sites, their breath forming clouds in the crisp morning air. They whisper prayers, their voices intertwining with the rustle of leaves, calling upon the spirits of nature to bless the land. The Turkic people believe that each season is imbued with its own spirit, a powerful being that governs the changes in the world around them. Spring, with its vibrant colors and fragrant blooms, is honored as the season of rebirth. It is a time of renewal, where the earth herself awakens from her slumber, stretching and yawning as the flowers push through the thawing ground. In the tales passed down through generations, the spirit of spring is often depicted as a beautiful maiden, adorned with blossoms and laughter, dancing across the fields, bringing joy and fertility. The air buzzes with the excitement of new life. Animals emerge from their winter dens, and the chattering of birds fills the sky. In these moments, the Turkic people feel the pulse of the universe, a deep connection to the rhythms of life that surround them. Yet, every spring carries with it a whisper of winter, a reminder of the cycle that must continue, of the balance that must be maintained. As the days lengthen, the warmth of summer envelops the land. Here, the spirit of summer arrives, strong and fierce, often represented as a robust warrior, embodying strength and bounty. The heat of the sun beats down on the fields, and the crops flourish under its watchful gaze. It is a time of celebration, of gathering, where families come together to share the fruits of their labor, laughter ringing out like music. But amidst the joy, there lies an undercurrent of urgency. The Turkic people know that summer is fleeting. Its brilliance will soon give way to the colors of autumn. With the first hints of gold and crimson on the trees, the spirit of autumn emerges, cloaked in rich hues, reminiscent of a wise elder. This is a time for harvesting, a moment to reflect on the year past. The Turkic peoples gather what they have sown, both literally and metaphorically. There are stories told around crackling fires, of ancestors and destinies, love and loss. They remember that this season, while beautiful, also foreshadows the cold embrace of winter. Every falling leaf carries a message, a reminder of the inevitable cycle of life that graces their existence. And then comes winter, a time of stillness and introspection. The spirit of winter is a somber figure, often portrayed as a solitary traveler, cloaked in white, bringing the frost and snow that blankets the earth. It is a time when the world seems to hold its breath, where life retreats into the warmth of hearth and home. Families huddle together, sharing stories of the past, their voices rising like smoke from the fires. Winter teaches them the importance of patience, of waiting for the warmth to return, for the cycles to begin anew. Here, in this quietude, the Turkic people find solace in the knowledge that each season, despite its challenges, is part of a greater design, a divine rhythm that encompasses all of existence. The spirits of the seasons are not distant. They are intimately woven into the lives of the Turkic people. They hold festivals, offering gifts to these ethereal beings, seeking favor for the coming year. Every ritual is a reminder of their connection to nature, a dance of gratitude and respect. As the time of the equinox approaches, the air is thick with anticipation. It is a moment when day and night stand in perfect balance, a symbol of harmony that resonates deeply within their hearts. As night falls, the stars twinkle like ancient eyes, watching over the land. Each constellation tells a story, a piece of their heritage. The Turkic peoples gaze upward, drawing strength from their ancestors who traverse the night sky, their spirits guiding and protecting them. In these moments, they feel an undeniable bond to time itself, a continuum that transcends the boundaries of life and death. Through their beliefs, they understand that time is a cyclical force, a wheel that turns and turns, with each season a chapter in their ongoing saga. Yet, beneath the surface of this reverence lies an unquenchable thirst for understanding. The Turkic peoples ponder the mysteries of existence, asking questions that echo through the ages. What lies beyond the veil of winter? What awaits them when they step into the warmth of spring? These questions linger in the air, heavy with emotion, as they confront the duality of life, the joy of creation, and the sorrow of loss. In this intricate balance, they find strength, a fierce resilience that pulses through their very being. Every season, every moment in time, becomes a lesson, a story waiting to be told. The passage of the sun across the sky, the changing colors of the leaves, the silent blanket of snow, all these become symbols of their lives, rich with meaning and emotion. They feel the weight of history on their shoulders, a lineage that stretches back through the ages, connecting them to the land and to each other. And so, as the seasons turn, as time marches on, the Turkic peoples remain steadfast, rooted in their beliefs. Their hearts beat in time with the rhythms of nature, a melody that guides them through the storms and calms, through the joys and sorrows. They know that within each passing season lies the essence of their identity, a continuous thread woven through their stories and their souls, binding them to the earth and to the cosmos above. The dance of time and seasons does not end. It spirals onward, leading them to the next chapter, the next revelation, as they embrace the ever-unfolding mystery of existence. Under the vast sky of Central Asia, the wind whispered ancient tales as it swept across the steppes, carrying echoes of a time when spirits danced among the trees and gods roamed the earth. The influence of Turkic mythology on art and literature is like a river that carves its way through the landscape, shaping not only the earth, but also the souls of those who tread upon it. In the age of the great empires, when the Turkic people began to rise, Their myths were born in the fires of their collective imagination. The stories of the sky, god Tengri, and the earth goddess Umai were not mere fables. They were the lifeblood of a culture that celebrated the balance of nature and the connection between the seen and unseen. Artists and poets drew upon these rich narratives, weaving them into their creations. Each stroke of the brush and each word on the page filled with the weight of history. One could almost feel the pulse of the ancient world in the vibrant colors of the frescoes that adorned the walls of yurts. These works of art depicted mythical creatures like the wolf, a sacred symbol, blending seamlessly with the stories of legendary heroes. The epic saga of Ergenekon, where the Turkic people emerged from a valley to reclaim their freedom, pulsated through the canvases of painters, each scene a powerful reminder of resilience and hope. The heroes were not just figures, they were embodiments of the spirit of the people. Their struggles and triumphs immortalized in every line and curve. As dusk fell, the air turned electric with anticipation. Around flickering campfires, skilled storytellers mesmerized their audiences, their voices rising and falling like the rhythm of the stars above. These tales often featured extravagant characters like Alp Ertunga, a warrior whose bravery knew no bounds, or Korkut Ada, a wise sage whose flute could summon the essence of life itself. The narratives, rich with emotion, conveyed not only the adventures of heroes, but also the subtleties of love, loss, and the eternal quest for understanding. Illustrations found in ancient texts, such as the Book of Dede Korkut, captured the essence of these stories. It was more than mere storytelling. It was a way to connect generations, to pass down wisdom wrapped in the fabric of adventure. Each tale was punctuated with lessons about honor, loyalty, and the deep reverence for nature, echoing the belief that every mountain, river, and tree held a spirit. With every brushstroke in a painting, every line in a poem, the spirits of the ancients stirred. The art was alive, embodying the very essence of Turkic mythology. The sacred bird, the mythical creature that soared through the skies, represented freedom and the divine. Artists depicted it soaring above landscapes, a bridge between the human realm and the heavens. The images were more than decorative. They sparked emotions, igniting a sense of longing and belonging that transcended time. As the world evolved, so did the stories and symbols of Turkic mythology. The influence of these age-old tales seeped into various art forms, from intricate carvings in stone to vibrant textiles that adorned the homes of nomadic tribes. Each piece told a story, a narrative woven through time, connecting the past to the present. The motifs of the shamanistic practices, the connection to the spirit world, found their way into the work of contemporary artists, keeping the flame of ancient beliefs alive. In modern literature, echoes of these mythical narratives continue to resonate. Writers draw heavily from the rich tapestry of Turkic folklore, creating characters that embody the struggles of the past while grappling with contemporary issues. The balance between tradition and modernity creates a fertile ground for literary exploration. A new generation of storytellers takes the helm, infusing their works with the wisdom of ages gone by, yet speaking to the hearts of readers today. Poets breathe life into the verses that recall the beauty of the steppes, the sorrow of lost love, and the joy of victory. Their words, imbued with the spirit of Turkic deities, weave a magical spell that captivates the imagination. Each stanza flows like a river of emotions, pulling readers into a world where the past and present collide in a beautiful chaos of art and literature. The influences of Turkic mythology are not confined to a singular style or medium. They are fluid, much like the stories they tell. The themes of struggle against adversity, the importance of nature, and the celebration of life resonate through time, serving as reminders of the strength of the human spirit. Artists and writers, both past and present, have become the vessels through which these ancient truths flow, tapping into a shared cultural heritage that binds people across generations. The shadows of the past linger in the air, a reminder of the significance of these stories. As night descends and the stars twinkle, like the eyes of ancestors watching over their descendants, the stories of Turkic mythology continue to breathe life into art and literature. The cycle of influence remains unbroken, a bridge connecting the old with the new, the earthly with the divine. Each piece of art, each written word, pulsates with the heartbeat of a culture that refuses to fade, urging all who encounter it to feel, to believe, and to remember. In the vibrant tapestry of art and literature, the legacy of Turkic mythology stands resilient. It is a testament to the power of storytelling, a mirror reflecting the innermost struggles and triumphs of humanity. Each brushstroke, each verse, is an invitation to feel the emotions woven into the fabric of existence, forever intertwined with the stories that shaped a people and their world. As whispers of the past echo through time, they beckon the next generation of creators to pick up the torch and carry it forward, ensuring that the influence of Turkic mythology will continue to inspire and resonate for centuries to come. In the vast stretches of the Central Asian steppes, where the sky merges seamlessly with the earth, the winds carry whispers of ancient tales. The Turkic people, with their nomadic roots, have danced through time, weaving a tapestry rich with colors of their beliefs and traditions, dyed by the influences of cultures they mingled with across the ages. As they journeyed through deserts and mountains, every footstep on foreign soil was not merely a passage, but a powerful exchange, a meeting of souls where thoughts, ideas, and rituals intertwined, creating a vibrant mosaic of beliefs. Long ago, the shaman stood at the center of a sacred circle, his voice rising with the smoke of burning sage. Around him, a tribe listened, eyes wide with wonder. He spoke of the sky as a living entity, a great blue dome that watched over them, much like the ancient spirits of the mountain, the rivers, and the winds. This connection to nature was not solely Turkic. It resonated with echoes from the Mongols, the Persians, and even the far-off Greeks, who had left their imprints in the sands of time. These influences molded the Turkic worldview, blending elements from various cultures into their own rich spiritual narrative. As the centuries rolled on, the Turkic peoples encountered the mighty Silk Road, a web of trade routes pulsating with life, ideas, and beliefs. Merchants, scholars, and travelers crossed paths, sharing not just goods, but philosophies. The haunting melodies of Persian poets drifted into Turkic camps, igniting a passion for storytelling and deepening their understanding of the human experience. Stories of love, loss, and the divine stirred emotions, transforming simple gatherings around the fire into evenings of profound reflection and connection. In this vibrant exchange, the Turkic beliefs began to shimmer with the colors of the world around them. Islam arrived like a shimmering veil, gently wrapping itself around the old ways. The call to prayer echoed across the steppes, softening the fierce nomadic heart with promises of unity and peace. Yet, even as they embraced this new faith, remnants of shamanistic practices remained, intertwining with Islamic rituals in a dance of respect and adaptation. It was not a rejection, but rather a profound synthesis, creating a belief system that honored the past while looking toward the future. The power of this cross-cultural influence could be seen in the festivals that sprang forth, vibrant celebrations where ancient traditions met new religious practices. The sky would light up with the crackling of fireworks, while people dressed in traditional garb mingled with those in flowing Islamic attire. Laughter and music blended together, creating a symphony of joy that resonated deep within the hearts of all present. It was during these moments that the Turkic people felt most alive, surrounded by the warmth of community, love, and shared belief. Yet, lurking beneath the surface of this colorful tapestry was the weight of history, the shadows of empires that rose and fell. The Turkic people bore witness to the rise of the Seljuk and Ottoman empires, each bringing with them their own set of beliefs and cultural practices. Like the flowing rivers that shaped the valleys, these empires carved new paths in the landscape of Turkic spirituality. The grand mosques and intricate tile work spoke of a newfound reverence for art, beauty, and the divine, while the stories of ancient heroes echoed through the ages, reminding them of their fierce spirit and resilience. Intertwined with these influences were threads of Buddhism and Zoroastrianism, carried along by traders and travelers. The Turkic peoples, ever curious and adaptable, welcomed these ideas, enriching their own beliefs with new dimensions. Concepts of karma and the duality of good and evil danced within their minds, mixing with their existing worldview. Imagery of celestial beings and ancient deities found their way into their stories, creating a rich tapestry of beliefs that captivated the imagination and stirred the soul. As the sun set over the horizon, casting a golden hue across the land, the stars began to twinkle like ancient diamonds scattered across the fabric of the night. The Turkic people gathered under the vast sky, their hearts beating in time with the pulse of the earth. They shared tales of ancestors who roamed the steppes, spirits who guided them, and the intermingling of cultures that shaped who they had become. In these moments, they felt the weight of their history, the beauty of their traditions, and the complexity of their beliefs. Each story carried a sense of urgency, a reminder that they were part of something larger, something timeless. The whispers of their ancestors floated on the breeze, entwined with the laughter of children and the solemn prayers of the elders. They felt a deep connection to each other, to the land, and to the cosmos, where every star held a memory and each breeze spoke of change. Through this dance of cultures, the Turkic beliefs flourished, growing in richness and depth. They were no longer just a people defined by their past. They were a living testament to the beauty of connection, the power of adaptation, and the strength found in diversity. The influences of the Mongols, Persians, and countless others had not diluted their essence, but had instead added vibrant colors to their already intricate mosaic. The air crackled with anticipation as night descended, transforming the world into a canvas of dreams and mysteries. The stories would not end. They would continue to evolve, echoing through time, intertwining with new influences and experiences. As the Turkic peoples looked to the stars above, the weight of their history was matched only by the promise of tomorrow. A tomorrow where their beliefs would continue to grow, flourish, and inspire, weaving a narrative that stretched beyond the boundaries of the known world. Under the sprawling skies of Central Asia, the ancient echoes of nomadic life still whisper through the vast steppes. Horses galloped across the horizon, their shadows dancing in the golden light, while the tribes of the Turkic peoples wove tales of heroism, spirits, and the great beyond. This was a world steeped in myth, where the earth breathed life into legends and each star held a story. Yet, like a river finding its course, a new force surged into their lives, transforming the fabric of their spirituality and reshaping the very essence of their mythology. As the winds of change swept across the steppes, the arrival of Islam brought with it a torrent of ideas and beliefs, a new narrative that would intertwine with the ancient tales of the Turkic tribes. The arrival of the Islamic faith was not simply the introduction of a new religion. It was a seismic shift that rippled through the collective consciousness of the Turkic peoples, infusing their mythology with fresh vigor and perspectives. In the early days of this transition, the Turkic shamans, those revered figures who communicated with the spirits of the earth and sky, found themselves at a crossroads. Would they cling to the age-old beliefs that had grounded their people for centuries? Or would they embrace the new teachings that promised a deeper understanding of existence? The tension was palpable, as if the very air crackled with the energy of change. Some shamans, with their ancient drums echoing in the night, resisted with fierce loyalty to their ancestors' spirits. Others, captivated by the stories of the Prophet and the revelations of the Quran, began to weave these new elements into their narratives, creating a rich tapestry of beliefs that reflected both worlds. The tales of the sky god Tengri, once the heart of Turkic mythology, began to blend with the Islamic concept of a singular, omnipotent God. The duality created a powerful synergy, a new understanding of the divine that did not erase the old, but rather elevated it. Tengri, the eternal blue sky, was no longer just a distant figure. He became an aspect of a greater, all-knowing presence. The Turkic peoples found themselves caught in a thrilling storm of ideas, where traditional myths danced alongside Islamic teachings, each enriching the other in a vibrant cultural symphony. The stories of creation morphed, evolving from the ancient Turkic beliefs about the earth's origins. New tales emerged, telling of Allah's infinite wisdom and the intricate balance of the universe, drawing on the natural world that the Turkic people cherished. Mountains became sacred, rivers flowed with purpose, and the vast steppes pulsed with life, a life filled with meaning that resonated deeply within the soul of a people seeking connection to something greater than themselves. As the communities embraced this transformation, the figure of the hero morphed as well. The legendary warriors of Turkic folklore, once celebrated for their ferocity and prowess in battle, began to take on new dimensions. These heroes were not only champions of their tribes, but also embodiments of faith and virtue. They became figures of moral integrity, reflecting the Islamic ideals of honor, justice, and compassion. The epic narratives transformed into tales that celebrated not just the triumph of the sword, but the triumph of the spirit. The sacred poems and songs of the Turkic peoples started to incorporate verses that praised Allah, intertwining the rhythm of their old ways with the cadence of the Islamic faith. The oral tradition, so integral to their culture, became a vehicle for both remembrance and innovation. As the sun set on the horizon, the night would come alive with voices echoing through the darkness, weaving tales that resonated with the heart, drawing tears, laughter, and understanding. However, the impact of Islam was not just an internal evolution. It reached out, embracing the surrounding cultures and enriching the collective experience of the Turkic peoples. The vibrant Silk Roads grew busier, with travelers and traders, bringing not only goods but ideas, philosophies, and stories. The Turkic peoples, with their innate curiosity and adaptability, absorbed these influences and, in return, shared their own rich traditions, creating a beautiful mosaic of belief and cultural exchange. The mystical creatures of Turkic mythology, once feared and revered in equal measure, began to take on new roles. Jinn, once manifestations of chaotic forces, became agents of divine will, serving as reminders of the unseen world that surrounded the faithful. The shadows of the past began to dance in harmony with the light of the new. Legends of clever foxes and majestic horses took on deeper meanings, teaching lessons of resilience, wisdom, and faith. Yet, as the old and new intertwined, tensions simmered beneath the surface. The struggle to maintain the integrity of their traditions while embracing a new faith created ripples of conflict. Some clung fiercely to their roots, unwilling to let go of the past. Others, buoyed by the promise of a new spiritual journey, faced the wrath of their elders. The fire of change burned bright, but it was not without its heat. In the villages and towns, people gathered under the starlit sky, sharing their hopes, fears, and dreams. The storytellers, ever the heartbeats of society, stood before eager listeners, blending the old and new with every word. "Do you hear the whispers of the ancestors?" they would ask, their voices rising and falling like the gentle lapping of waves. "Can you feel the pulse of the divine?" The crowd, entranced, leaned in closer, transfixed by the journey unfolding before them. As dawn broke over the steppes, illuminating the faces of the gathered, the realization dawned that this was not merely a clash of beliefs, but a rich intermingling of souls. Every myth, every story, became a bridge connecting the past to the future, creating a shared identity that transcended the boundaries of faith. The impact of Islam on Turkic mythology was not a one-way street. It was a dialogue, a conversation that reached across time and space. Each layer added depth to the understanding of existence, enriching the lives of the Turkic peoples, drawing them into a world where the sacred and the mundane intertwined. And as the sun began to set once more, the skies painted in hues of gold and crimson, the heartbeats of the Turkic peoples echoed on, resilient and unwavering, ready to embrace the next chapter of their ever-evolving story. In a world where the sun sets over distant lands, casting shadows of dreams and despair, there lies a truth whispered through generations. The tales of migration and independence are often painted in stark colors of myth. As the earth quakes with the footsteps of those in search of a better life, the stories that surround them are tangled in threads of hope and fear. The murmur of their departure resonates, echoing in the hearts of those left behind. Miguel stood at the edge of his village, a small, sun-baked community, where every face told a story of struggle and survival. The weight of his family's expectations bore down on him like the hard labor of the fields. He longed to leave, to seek out the land of opportunity that he had heard about since childhood. The promise of freedom danced in front of him, tantalizing and elusive. But what lay behind the shimmering illusion? Was every journey a straightforward path to independence, or were there shadows lurking in the corners of reality? In the shadows of history, myths have woven themselves into the fabric of migration. The first myth claims that all migrants seek only prosperity. Yet for many, the motivation runs deeper. They flee from violence, persecution, and despair, driven not just by dreams of riches, but by the primal instinct for survival. In the heart of war-torn Syria, Mariam clutched her daughter tightly as they navigated the treacherous roads to safety. The fear in her eyes told a tale of desperation, of a mother willing to risk everything for the flicker of hope that a new land could provide. In the United States, the myth of the American dream paints a picture of a land where anyone can thrive if only they work hard enough. But the stories of countless immigrants tell a different tale. Many arrive only to find their degrees and qualifications forgotten, their dreams stifled by an unyielding system. Ivan, a doctor from Ukraine, spent his days working as a janitor, clinging to the hope that his time would come. The sweat dripped from his brow, but it was the weight of unfulfilled potential that pressed hardest against him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the city of Los Angeles, the streets came alive with the sounds of ambition and despair. The bustling markets were filled with vibrant colors and smells, yet the undertones of struggle simmered just beneath the surface. Families gathered, sharing meals from their homelands, each dish a reminder of the life they had left behind. Yet, in their laughter, there lingered an echo of uncertainty. Would they ever truly belong? Migration myths often romanticize the notion of a fresh start, overlooking the emotional toll of leaving behind everything familiar. For every story of triumph, there are countless tales of heartbreak and loss. Shazia, a young woman from Pakistan, looked through the window of the airplane, her heart heavy as she thought of her family. She was excited about her new life in Canada, yet the distance from her loved ones clawed at her insides. The feeling of independence tasted bittersweet. Freedom came with a price. As the years went by, the narrative shifted again. The myth of migration as a one-way ticket to success ignited fierce debates. Societies began to question, who belongs here? The stories of xenophobia and discrimination emerged, painting a stark portrait of division. The truth was that independence for some often meant oppression for others. Communities became battlegrounds where fear and misunderstanding reigned, overshadowing the shared humanity that connected them all. The night fell heavy with tension as protests erupted in cities across the globe. Voices rose in unison, demanding justice, equality, and recognition. Among the throng stood Amara, her fists clenched in determination. She had tasted the bitterness of exclusion, yet the fire of her ancestors burned brightly within her. The myths that had been spun around her identity were unraveling, and she would not be silenced. Each chant echoed the struggles of those before her, reminding everyone that independence was not a privilege for a few, but a right for all. And so, the dance of migration continued, with the stories morphing and intertwining, creating a rich tapestry of human experience. In the fields of Italy, migrants toiled under the harsh sun, driven by dreams of a better life, yet haunted by the memories of homes left behind. In every corner of the world, the myth persisted that true independence could be won. But with each step forward, they also encountered the ghosts of their pasts, a reminder of the sacrifices made along the way. The myths lingered in the air, heavy with unspoken truths. For every tale told of success, 1,000 others remained in silence. The unbreakable bond of family was tested by time and distance, yet the love they carried was unyielding. The stories of migration were filled with contrasts, of joy and sorrow, of hope and despair. Just as they sought independence, they were reminded that they were never truly alone. Their stories were woven together, forming a narrative that transcended borders. From the fields of Eastern Europe to the bustling streets of the Middle East, the echoes of migration resounded. The cycle turned as new generations emerged, carrying with them the weight of history and the hope of a better future. As the sun set on one era, it rose on another, a new day filled with possibilities, yet shadowed by the legacies of the past. The myths of migration and independence were not merely tales of individual journeys, but a shared experience of humanity, a continuous flow of emotion and tension that bound them all. A child born in a refugee camp in Kenya, a student in a university in Germany, a worker in a factory in Canada, all connected by a fragile thread. As night fell, the world held its breath, waiting for the dawn of understanding, the acceptance of each other's truths, and the acknowledgement that independence, like migration, is a journey best traveled together. The stories continue, weaving through the lives of many as they seek to carve out their place in a world that is ever-changing. And with every heartbeat, the myths of migration and independence pulsate, waiting to be told anew. The air crackled with tension, under a sky heavy with storm clouds, casting shadows across the vast steppes where legends were born. Among the whispers of the wind, tales of great Turkic khans and leaders echoed, their stories woven into the fabric of time, like the intricate patterns of a nomadic tapestry. Each story was a heartbeat, a pulse that resonated through the ages, waiting to ignite the souls of those who listened. In the 6th century, the world spun differently, and the Turkic tribes roamed fiercely, united by a shared spirit of adventure and survival. Among them stood Buman Khan, a name that struck fear into the hearts of enemies. His leadership was not just about wielding power, it was steeped in wisdom, understanding the delicate balance between strength and strategy. With piercing eyes that seemed to read the very essence of the land, Buman gathered his people, urging them to embrace their destiny. Under his guidance, the Göktürk Khaganate rose, a phoenix soaring from the ashes of division, uniting tribes that once stood apart. As the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, the stories of Buman's exploits came alive. In the flickering light of campfires, the people recounted how he faced the great Sui dynasty, a force as mighty as a raging river. With unmatched bravery, Buman Khan led his warriors into battle, their spirits unyielding, reminiscent of the wild horses that galloped across the plains. The clash of swords and the cries of men echoed like thunder, a symphony of victory and valor that would be sung for generations. But no tale of the Turkic Khans would be complete without the formidable Kublai Khan, a name synonymous with ambition and audacity. He was more than a leader. He was a visionary who saw the world not just as it was, but as it could be. Under his reign, the Mongol Empire blossomed, stretching from the steppes to the shores of distant seas. The very air shimmered with the promise of trade and cultures entwining, a beautiful tapestry woven from the threads of different peoples. Yet, Kublai faced challenges that tested his resolve. The whispers of dissent were like a storm gathering on the horizon, threatening to unravel the fragile peace he had sown. Yet, it was the spirit of Genghis Khan that loomed large over every tale. The legend of Temujin, who would become Genghis, began in the cradle of hardship. Born into a world rife with betrayal, he knew the sting of loss early on. A fire ignited within him, fueling a thirst for unity and vengeance. His rise was a dance with destiny, each step marked by blood and sacrifice. Genghis Khan's ferocity in battle was matched only by his vision for a united Mongolia. The tales of how he unified the fractious tribes, turning enemies into allies, inspired awe and admiration. It was as if the very heavens had conspired to grant him strength, guiding his hand as he forged an empire that would change the world. As twilight settled, tales of Timur the Lame emerged, a figure shrouded in mystery and intrigue. He was a paradox, a warrior who could inspire fear while also igniting hope. Many remembered him as a conqueror, his campaigns leaving trails of smoke and sorrow. Yet he was also a patron of the arts, breathing life into cities that had once been mere shadows. When he marched into a city, it was not just the clash of steel that awaited, but a renaissance of culture and knowledge, a reminder that even from ashes, beauty could rise. But the legends were not merely of bloodshed and conquest. They were woven with threads of kinship and compassion. The story of Khatun, the fierce warrior woman, resided in the hearts of those who honored the strength and resilience of women in a male-dominated world. She wielded her sword with grace and ferocity, leading her people with a spirit that could not be contained. Her battles were fought not just for land, but for the honor and dignity of her clan, a testament to the indomitable spirit that coursed through the veins of the Turkic leaders. In the quiet moments, under the vast expanse of stars, resonated the legends of Alans, a tribe that danced on the edges of history. Stories of their alliances and tribulations whispered through the night air like a gentle lullaby, reminding the people that while leaders may rise and fall, the spirit of the Turkic heart beat on. They were not just stories of war and conquest, but of survival, identity, and the unbreakable bonds that tied them to one another. With each recounting, the audience felt the weight of history, the thrill of battles fought, and the warmth of community forged in the fires of adversity. The legends of the Turkic khans and leaders were not merely tales. They were the lifeblood of a culture that transcended time. Each name, each story, echoed through the generations, urging the listener to remember their roots, to honor their ancestors, and to carry forward the legacy of resilience. As the night wore on, and the flickering flames danced in rhythm with the stories, an unyielding sense of connection enveloped the gathering. The tales of the great khans were not just about their triumphs. They were about the spirit of the people, their laughter, their tears, and the unbreakable bond they shared. With every heartbeat, the echoes of their past intertwined with the present, reminding all that the legends of the Turkic khans were not confined to history, but lived on in the hearts of those who cherished their culture. Thus, the tales flowed seamlessly into one another, an endless river of emotion and tension, where the past met the present, and the stories of the Turkic khans and leaders became a living testament to the power of unity, resilience, and the unbreakable spirit of a people destined to leave their mark on the world. In a dimly lit room, a flickering fire casts dancing shadows against the walls, illuminating faces wide-eyed with anticipation. The air is thick with the smell of burning wood and the warmth that comes with shared stories. As the storyteller, an elderly woman with silver hair, cascading down her shoulders, begins to weave her tale, the crackling of the fire seems to synchronize with her voice. Each word she utters feels like a heartbeat, resonating deeply within everyone gathered. This is not just any evening. This is a moment where time bends, and the echoes of generations past come alive. Folk tales, those cherished stories, passed down through the ages, hold a power that goes beyond mere entertainment. They are the lifeblood of society, threads woven into the fabric of culture, history, and values. From the cautionary tales of monstrous giants lurking in the woods to the whimsical adventures of clever tricksters, these narratives serve more than just a purpose of amusement. They are vessels of teaching, preserving, and uniting communities. In ancient civilizations, folk tales provided explanations for the mysteries of life. Before scientific understanding illuminated the skies, People gathered around fires to hear tales of thunder gods and mischievous spirits. They sought comfort in these stories, crafting a world where the inexplicable was made tangible. A tale of the wind, for example, might become a story of a whimsical spirit playing with leaves, creating both an understanding of nature's might and a sense of reverence toward it. As the old woman's voice swells and dips like a gentle wave, she spins a tale of a poor farmer who finds a magical bean. The audience leans in, hearts racing in rhythm with the climactic moments. But it's not merely about the adventure. Beneath the surface lies a lesson about greed, ambition, and the choices we make. The farmer's journey reflects the struggles of many, reminding listeners of the thin line between dreams and folly. Each twist in the story evokes gasps and laughter, showing how deeply these tales resonate with the human spirit. Throughout history, folk tales have served as mirrors, reflecting societal values and fears. In medieval Europe, tales of brave knights and cunning damsels spoke to the ideals of chivalry and honor. These stories were not only a means of entertainment, but also a way to instill values in young minds. Children listened, wide-eyed, as knights battled dragons, learning the importance of bravery and loyalty with every heroic deed. The tales were embroidered with morals that transcended time, ensuring that no matter how far society advanced, the essence of goodness and honor remained. The storyteller's voice softens, drawing her audience nearer as she recounts the story of a clever girl who outsmarts a wicked witch. Listeners can feel the tension rise, emotions swirling with every twist of fate. This tale, too, carries a deeper meaning, showcasing the power of intelligence over brute strength. The girl's victory embodies hope, a reminder that sometimes wit and wisdom pave the way to overcoming the most daunting challenges. As the fire crackles, the audience's breaths become synchronized, a collective heartbeat resonating with the rhythm of the tale. The stories serve as a means of connection, binding people together in shared experiences. In every culture, folk tales have been a way to foster community ties, creating a sense of belonging. They are shared at bedtime, around dinner tables, and during long winter nights, reminding everyone that, despite differences, the core of humanity remains the same. The old woman's tale shifts, plunging into darker waters as she recounts stories of misfortune and consequences. A tale of betrayal unfolds, filled with sorrow and regret. Listeners cling to their seats, feeling the weight of despair and the harsh lessons learned. These stories of downfall serve a significant purpose. They act as warnings against moral failures. They remind the community of the importance of integrity, urging individuals to tread carefully along the path of life. As she reaches a crescendo, the old woman's voice rises, infused with drama. The tale of a hero's sacrifice becomes a powerful reminder of love and duty. The audience feels the warmth of camaraderie, tears welling in their eyes as they realize these stories are, at their core, about connection. Connections between people, between generations, and between the living and the spirits of the past. The emotions swell, and they sit on the edge of their seats, hearts racing, breath held tight. Folktales are also a repository of cultural identity, a way to remember and celebrate heritage. They speak of ancestors, of lands once trod, of struggles endured and victories won. In every tale told, there exists a link to the past, an invitation to walk in the footsteps of those who came before. The old woman's words carry the weight of history, each story a thread in the tapestry of a community's legacy. As the fire flickers low, she shares a tale of unity, a village coming together against a common threat. The audience's eyes glisten with tears as they recognize the relevance of this story in their own lives. In a world often filled with division, these folk tales remind them of the strength found in solidarity. They recall moments of togetherness, of hands joined in strength, of voices rising in harmony. The night stretches on, and the shadows grow longer as the tales continue. The atmosphere is electric, alive with the richness of tradition and the spirit of humanity. Listeners find themselves not just passive observers, but active participants, their imaginations igniting with every twist of the plot. Each tale is a spark, illuminating the path of understanding and connection. And as the last flicker of the fire fades, the storyteller's voice lingers in the air, hanging like an echo that refuses to fade away. The stories flow through them, binding souls together, propelling them into the night, hungry for the next tale, the next lesson, the next heartbeat in the rhythm of life. The cycle of storytelling continues, ever so vibrant, ever so necessary, echoing through the ages, reminding all who listen that the power of folktales is a force that shapes societies and hearts alike. A shiver ran down the spine of every soul who stood before the towering stone monolith, the wind whispering ancient secrets through the grass. Each gust brushed against their skin like a ghostly caress, stirring echoes of a time long past, when the world was woven with tales of gods and heroes. There, beneath the gaze of a setting sun, the sacred site pulsed with raw energy, its very stones steeped in history and myth. The pyramids of Giza loomed in the distance, their triangular shapes piercing the sky, guardians of a forgotten era. They were not merely tombs, but gateways to the divine, built with the sweat of thousands who believed that their efforts could lift the souls of the departed to join the sun, God Ra, in eternal splendor. With every brick laid, every prayer uttered, they transformed the desert into a sacred narrative, a canvas where the past danced with the present. On the other side of the globe, the ancient city of Machu Picchu nestled among towering peaks, a realm where stone met sky. Once, it was a vibrant center of Incan life, humming with the sounds of worship and celebration. The Intihuatana stone, a ritual object carved with precision, stood silent yet potent, its purpose lost to time, but not to the heart. It served as a reminder of the sun's importance, a link between the people and their celestial beliefs. As night fell, the stars unveiled their stories. The constellations echoed the myths of the Inca, their deities shimmering in the vast expanse above. Meanwhile, the sacred grove of the ancient Druids whispered its own legends. The oaks, tall and gnarled, had witnessed the passage of time, their branches swaying like arms reaching toward the heavens. Here, rituals were performed under the watchful eyes of nature itself. The cycles of the moon marked the sacred calendar, and the solstice celebrations ignited a fire in the hearts of the gathered clans, igniting a passion for the earth that was profound and unwavering. In the far north, the Norse mythos created a realm rich with sacred places. The great Yggdrasil, the world tree, connected the 9 realms, its roots delving deep into the underworld and its branches stretching toward the heavens. It was a living symbol of connection, where the gods walked among mortals and the lines between the sacred and mundane blurred. The tales of Odin, Thor, and Freya breathed life into the mountains, rivers, and valleys, casting a spell that still lingers in the air like morning dew. Every sacred site carried an emotional weight, a tapestry woven from the threads of belief, devotion, and ritual. Temples rose to honor the goddess of love in ancient Cyprus, where votive offerings were left, each one a whisper of hope for love's return. The stones absorbed the longing and passion, a testament to the human heart's unending quest for connection, both spiritual and romantic. At the crossroads of myth and reality, the ancient city of Jerusalem stood as a beacon of faith. The Western Wall, a remnant of the Second Temple, drew millions each year, their prayers mingling with the echoes of history. Here, the air thrummed with vibrations of devotion, the cries of a people yearning for peace. The sacred geography of this city was not just a map marked by boundaries. It was a living narrative, a place where the divine touched the earth, creating a landscape of profound significance. As dusk settled over the earth, the sacred sites transformed into spaces of ethereal beauty. The glow of ancient fires illuminated faces filled with awe, each flickering flame a bridge between the past and the present. Pilgrims from far and wide gathered at Stonehenge, the ancient stones standing resolute against the night sky. They could almost hear the thrum of ancient drums, feel the pulse of rituals performed centuries ago. Time folded in on itself, creating a moment where the present became a reflection of the past, and the stones held their breath, guarding their secrets. The mysteries of the sacred sites were not just in their physical form. They breathed life into the myths that shaped cultures. The tales of the Mahabharata echoed through the hallowed grounds of India, where warriors once fought for honor and duty. The sacred rivers of the Ganges and Yamuna flowed with the essence of life itself, their waters believed to cleanse the soul. Each pilgrimage to these sites was an act of devotion, a nod to the struggles and triumphs of generations long gone. In the sands of time, the sacred sites forged connections between heart and earth, drawing forth emotions that transcended words. The site of the ancient oracle at Delphi, where visions and prophecies whispered through the mist, sent ripples of anticipation through those who sought guidance. It was a place where the ordinary met the extraordinary, where the very air crackled with the promise of revelation. Emotions ran high at each sacred site, where joy and sorrow intertwined like the roots of Yggdrasil. The weight of history pressed upon visitors, each step resonating with the footsteps of those who had come before. As they stood upon sacred ground, they could almost hear the laughter of children, the prayers of mothers, and the courage of warriors. The landscapes they walked were imbued with the stories of ancestors, urging them to remember, to honor, and to connect. The sacred sites of the world are more than mere locations. They are the living embodiments of humanity's quest for meaning. From the ancient temples to the sacred groves, every stone tells a story. Every path taken is a thread woven into the fabric of existence. They pulse with the heartbeat of dreams and aspirations, fears and faith, binding generations together in an unbroken chain of belief. As night fell over the sacred sites, the stillness enveloped everything like a warm embrace. The stars twinkled above, and the moon cast a luminous glow, illuminating the stones and the faces filled with reverence. The air thickened with emotion, an invisible force drawing souls closer together, as if the sacred geography itself was alive, urging them to remember that they were part of something greater, a tapestry woven through time, a narrative that would never truly end. In a shadowy corner of the ancient temple, a flickering flame cast long, dancing shadows on the stone walls, whispering stories of centuries past. A lone figure knelt, hands trembling as they clutched a small, intricately carved wooden figure, a ritual object that held the weight of countless lives and dreams. The air was thick with incense, the sweet and pungent aroma curling around the senses, stirring memories buried deep within the soul. This object, seemingly simple yet profoundly significant, connected the present to a tapestry of history woven with threads of belief and purpose. Ritual objects are not mere artifacts. They are vessels of emotion, belief, and intention. From the ornate masks worn in sacred ceremonies to the humble offerings laid upon altars, each piece carries a story that transcends time and space. In the hands of those who believed, these objects transformed ordinary moments into extraordinary expressions of faith, of hope, of longing. Each item was a bridge between the mundane and the divine, a tangible link to the unseen forces that shaped their lives. Consider the ancient Egyptians, whose lives revolved around a pantheon of gods and goddesses. They adorned their temples with dazzling statues, each one an embodiment of a deity's essence. These figures were not just decorative. They were believed to house the spirit of the god, a conduit for divine protection and blessings. The golden statue of Osiris, with its intricate details and gleaming surface, stood as a sentinel in the darkness, reminding the living of the promise of life after death. As the sun rose over the Nile, casting glimmers on the shimmering gold, worshippers gathered, their hearts pounding with hope, their voices rising in a chorus of supplication, believing that the very presence of these objects could alter their fates. In another era, far across the world, the Native American tribes crafted their own sacred objects, steeped in rich symbolism and deep meaning. The dream catcher, with its woven net and colorful feathers, served not merely as a decorative item, but as a protective talisman. It was a promise that the nightmares would be ensnared within its web, allowing only the good dreams to slip through. Each bead, each feather was a fragment of their heritage, a reminder of their connection to nature and the spirit world. As the moonlight filtered through the trees, illuminating the dream catchers hanging in the elders' homes, the children would whisper their wishes to the night. The air would buzz with anticipation, hope floating on the wind like a gentle lullaby. Meanwhile, in the distant lands of ancient Greece, rituals intertwined with the very fabric of society. The sacred chalice, often used in the worship of Dionysus, was more than a drinking vessel. It was a symbol of transformation. As wine poured into the chalice, it was believed to hold the essence of the god himself, blurring the lines between humanity and divinity. In raucous celebrations under the stars, participants would raise their cups high, laughter mingling with the music of lyres, feeling the euphoric rush of connection with the divine. Each sip was a communion, a reminder of their shared humanity and the ecstatic joy that life could bring, a fleeting glimpse of a reality that transcended the ordinary. Across the seas, in the heart of Africa, the Zulu people crafted their own heart-stirring ritual objects: a spear, a shield, intricately adorned with beads and symbols representing their ancestors' spirits. These were not just tools for battle. They were extensions of identity, embodying courage, honor, and the promise of protection. In moments of war, the warriors would clutch their shields tightly, the vibrant colors and patterns telling stories of bravery and kinship, a powerful reminder that they fought not just for land, but for their very essence. The drumbeats would thunder in the distance, echoing their resolve as they prepared to face the unknown, united by the sacred objects that linked them to their ancestors and to each other. Even in the quiet corners of everyday life, ritual objects whispered their importance. The simple bowl used for offerings in countless cultures was more than a container. It was a heart, a symbol of gratitude and reciprocity. In households across the world, families gathered, placing food before their deities, thanking them for the day's blessings, weaving their hopes into the fabric of existence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, these offerings became a dance of gratitude, a moment of pause amidst the chaos, reminding them of the cycle of giving and receiving that defined their very lives. As the figures clutched their ritual objects, a deep sense of belonging washed over them, a recognition that they were part of something greater than themselves. The ancient and the modern intertwined, with every bead, every carving, every moment filled with emotion. The temple, the village, the household, all held their breath, suspended in time. As the weight of the past collided with the hopes of the present, the energy pulsed like a heartbeat, reverberating through the air, igniting a fire within every soul present. With each flicker of the flame, the stories of the ritual objects beckoned, urging the onlookers to listen more closely, to feel more deeply. The air was electric, charged with the promise of connection, of transformation, of the unknown that lay just beyond their grasp. Each object, each moment, was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, an unquenchable thirst for meaning in a world that often felt chaotic and unforgiving. And as they held their objects tightly, hearts pounding with anticipation and reverence, the line between the earthly and the eternal blurred, drawing them into a spiral of emotions that echoed through the ages. Their journey was far from over. The stories were still unfolding, the rituals still breathing life into the very fabric of their existence. As the night deepened, shadows danced around them, each flickering light a reminder that the past is never truly gone, but lives on in the hearts of those who believe. The next moment awaited, filled with anticipation, longing, and the unshakable connection that ritual objects foster, a bond that reached beyond time, reminding them that they are never alone in their search for meaning. The flickering shadows danced upon the ancient cave walls, cast by the soft glow of a single flame. This was a space where stories were born, whispered on the breath of generations long past. The cave's cool air held the echoes of laughter, love, and loss, entwined like the roots of an ancient tree. In this sacred ground, the early Turkic tribes gathered, their hearts beating in rhythm with the stories that shaped their world. The myths they wove were not mere tales. They were the very fabric of their existence, defining who they were and where they came from. As the flicker of firelight illuminated their faces, the stories flowed. They spoke of Erlik Khan, the god of death, a figure cloaked in darkness, embodying the fear of the unknown. In the face of his chilling presence, courage grew like a flame, igniting the hearts of those who dared to confront their fate. Each word was a brushstroke on the canvas of their lives, crafting a vibrant tapestry of belief and identity. With time, these myths morphed, just as the landscapes surrounding the tribes evolved. The nomadic wanderers of the steppes transitioned to settled communities, and in this transformation, their legends adapted. The once formidable figure of Erlik Khan shifted from a mere harbinger of death to a complex character, embodying both the fear of mortality and the acceptance of life's fleeting moments. The tales now danced through the air like a melody, carrying the wisdom of generations, teaching that even in darkness, there is a light. The vibrant tales found new homes in the hearts of the people. As the Turks encountered the Persians, the Arabs, and later the Mongols, their stories mingled, creating a rich mosaic of culture and belief. Legends of the sky god Tengri took on new hues, absorbing elements from the beliefs of those they met. The once singular image of the Creator became a multifaceted deity, embodying not just the vastness of the skies, but also the interconnectedness of all beings. It was a reflection of their evolving identity, shaped by the winds of change that swept across the plains. In the shadow of the mighty Altai Mountains, the arrival of Islam brought a seismic shift in the narrative fabric. The spiritual landscape transformed, and the myths became more than stories of the earth and sky. They began to intertwine with the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, creating a synthesis that was both profound and unsettling. Tales of celestial journeys and divine intervention emerged, resonating deeply within the hearts of the people. The ancient myths found new life as they were recast in the light of faith, weaving a new narrative that held the promise of salvation and redemption. But the evolution did not stop there. As the Turkic tribes moved westward, the myths took on echoes of medieval chivalry. The legendary hero, Alpamis, emerged, a figure of bravery and honor who fought against overwhelming odds for love and justice. His tale resonated through the ages, inspiring countless warriors who sought to etch their own names into the annals of history. The vibrant stories of heroism flourished, revealing not just the struggle against enemies, but also the internal battles of the heart, where love and loyalty clashed. The tales grew as the centuries turned, reaching even the bustling caravan cities, where merchants and scholars exchanged ideas and goods. The wealth of the Silk Road not only brought spices and silks, but also tales from distant lands, enriching the Turkic mythology. Characters like Korkut Ata emerged, a legendary bard whose music could charm the very stones. His songs, filled with sorrow and love, echoed through the ages, leaving a mark on the hearts of those who listened. The legends became a tapestry of human experience, reflecting joy, pain, and the eternal quest for meaning. As the Ottoman Empire rose, the myths deepened further, becoming a repository of cultural pride. The legends of the past found their way into the grand palaces and the hearts of sultans. The stories, once whispered in the cool shadows of caves, now adorned the walls of grand mosques and ornate manuscripts. The tales of old were no longer just memories. They were symbols of a burgeoning identity, affirming the strength and resilience of the Turkic people. Yet, with each new chapter came whispers of loss. The Industrial Revolution, with its relentless march forward, threatened to erase the oral traditions that had defined countless generations. The ancient songs began to fade, lost in the clamor of modernity. But like the embers of a dying fire, the myths refused to be extinguished. They flickered and smoldered in the corners of small villages, in the hearts of the elders who still remembered the old ways. They passed down tales under the stars, weaving the past into the fabric of the present, ensuring that the spirits of their ancestors would not be forgotten. In the face of ongoing change, the myths of the Turkic peoples have become a living testament to survival. Each tale told is a bridge across time, connecting the past with the present and guiding the future. Just as the ancient steps held the footprints of those who walked before, so too do the stories carry the weight of their ancestors. The essence of longing, bravery, and love pulses through every narrative, making it clear that the heart of a culture lies in its stories. As the modern world envelops the Turkic peoples, the myths continue to evolve, transforming with each new generation. They adapt, taking on fresh meanings in a world defined by technology and rapid change. The stories that once spoke of gods and heroes now engage with themes of identity, belonging, and the struggles of contemporary life. The ancient echoes resonate in the hearts of the young, who find solace in the tales of their forebears, discovering threads of connection in a fast-paced society. The legends live on, reminding them of who they are and where they come from. The flame of the past flickers with hope, illuminating the path forward. And while the fires of old may dim, the stories endure, waiting patiently for the next generation to breathe life back into them once more. The cycle is unbroken as the myths continue their journey, ever-changing, yet forever rooted in the truths of the human experience. In this tapestry of time, the stories weave on, each thread a promise of continuity in a world where moments are fleeting, but memories linger on forever. In a dimly lit room, the flickering glow of a single candle illuminates the pages of an ancient manuscript, its worn edges whispering tales of a time-long past. Shadows dance on the walls, and as the soft rustle of parchment fills the air, the timeless legends of Turkic mythology seep into the modern world, casting an intoxicating spell on those who dare to listen. Once upon a time, in the vast steppes of Central Asia, the sky split open with thunder, and a celestial being emerged, cloaked in the essence of the wind. This was Ilgen, the god of creation, who shaped the mountains and valleys with his mighty hands. His spirit roams still, infused in the hearts of storytellers, poets, and artists alike, influencing the narratives that flow through the veins of contemporary literature and media. In the bustling streets of a modern city, beneath the neon lights and the hum of everyday life, a young artist named Aylin feels the pull of Ilgen's breath as she paints. Each brushstroke is infused with the spirit of ancient tales, the heroic struggles of the Ergenekon, the mythical valley where the Turkic tribes found refuge and united against the dark forces threatening their existence. Her canvas transforms into a vivid tapestry of history, evoking emotions that resonate with contemporary struggles for identity and belonging. As she steps back to admire her work, a chill runs down her spine. The figures in her painting seem to come alive, their eyes glimmering with the wisdom of centuries. She can almost hear the echoes of the past calling to her, reminding her that the stories of the Turkic peoples, woven through time, still hold powerful lessons for generations that now walk upon the earth. In the realm of literature, the ethereal beauty of Turkic mythology finds a place in the pages of contemporary novels. Writers weave tales that blend the old with the new, creating characters who battle against the very forces that once threatened their ancestors. A hero, reminiscent of Alp Ertunga, emerges in a modern fantasy, his courage igniting a fire within readers who feel the weight of history on their shoulders. The struggles against darkness, the quest for honor, and the bonds of kinship echo through their journeys, invoking goosebumps with every turn of the page. In one such novel, a young woman named Selin discovers an ancient amulet that connects her to the legendary figure of Korkut Ata, a mythical bard whose stories inspired warriors and sages alike. As Selin unravels the mysteries of the amulet, she finds herself transported through time, witnessing the heroic deeds of her ancestors and feeling the fierce pride that once coursed through their veins. Each confrontation with the past becomes a lesson, each story a bridge to understanding her own identity in a rapidly changing world. In film and television, the allure of Turkic mythology continues to capture imaginations. A gripping series unfolds on screens, depicting the rise and fall of empires, showcasing deities and mythical creatures that once walked among men. The cinematography is breathtaking. The camera sweeps across lush landscapes, where the sun rises over the Altai Mountains and sets behind the endless steppes. all while the haunting melodies of traditional instruments weave an emotional tapestry that pulls viewers into a world where the past and present collide. As viewers become engrossed in the drama, they find themselves rooting for the protagonists, a fierce warrior embodying the spirit of Tura, the protector of the people, and a cunning strategist reminiscent of the legendary Ashina clan. With each battle fought and each alliance formed, the characters grapple with their destinies, reflecting the struggles of modern-day life. It's not just entertainment. It's a reminder that the essence of humanity, with its triumphs and tragedies, has transcended the ages. Yet whispers of the past aren't limited to the pages and screens. In the hearts of modern musicians, the rhythms of Turkic folklore come alive in fresh compositions that echo through crowded concert halls. A young musician named Emre strums his guitar, infusing his songs with the tales of the wind spirits and the moon goddess, Ayaz. The audience sways, entranced by melodies that resonate with the collective memory of their ancestors. Emre's music isn't merely a performance, it's a call to remember, to honor the legacies that shaped them, evoking tears and laughter in equal measure. On social media platforms, artists share their interpretations of Turkic folklore, creating a vibrant community that celebrates its rich heritage. Each post, a vivid illustration, captures the essence of legendary figures like Bokeh, the master of animals, or the valiant warrior Beytir. These digital creations spark conversations and ignite passions, breathing new life into ancient stories that might have otherwise faded into obscurity. In the shadows of our world, where ancient myths and modern realities intertwine, the essence of Turkic mythology becomes a potent force. It seeps into the fabric of contemporary life, urging individuals to connect with their roots and embrace the wisdom of their forebears. As the candle flickers in that dimly lit room, the air thick with anticipation, one cannot help but wonder how these tales will continue to evolve, how they will reshape the narratives of tomorrow. The stories of Ilgan, Korkut Ata, and their kin persist, echoing through the ages, beckoning to be retold and reimagined. The weight of history is palpable, a reminder that each new generation carries the torch, keeping the flames of their ancestors alive. And as the shadows deepen, the dance of legends continues, forever entwined with the pulse of modern creativity, whispering promises of adventures yet to unfold. Beneath the vast canvas of the sky, where the sun sets ablaze in hues of crimson and gold, a lone horseman rides across the steppe. The wind whispers ancient tales as it dances through the tall grasses, rustling like a chorus of forgotten voices. Each gallop resonates with the heartbeat of a culture woven into the very fabric of the earth. It is here, amid the sprawling plains of Central Asia, where Turkic myths intertwine with the legends of neighboring Eurasian traditions, breathing life into the stories that shape their identities. In the shadows of great mountains and endless horizons, the Turkic people carry tales of creation, fate, and the cosmos. The sky is not just a backdrop, but a living entity, filled with deities and spirits. The legend of the eternal blue sky, known as Tengri, paints a picture of a vast, omnipotent force that governs the universe, a celestial father watching over his children. The Turkic nomads believed that Tengri was not merely a god, but the essence of life itself, shaping destinies with every breath of wind and flicker of stars. This mythology echoes with the whispers of their ancestors, who roamed freely under his watchful gaze. Yet, as the land stretches far and wide, it invites a multitude of other voices. In the heart of Eurasia, the tales of the Slavic people rise like the mist of the morning. They speak of Svarog, the god of fire and forge, who shapes the world with his hammer, illuminating their nights with the warmth of his hearth. Here, the contrast between the heavenly realms of the Turkic and the earthy creations of the Slavic reveals a profound connection. Both traditions seek to understand their existence through the prism of a divine presence. As the horseman journeys deeper into the tapestry of myth, he encounters the vibrant tales of the Mongolic tribes. The creation myth of the Mongols sings of the great blue wolf and the doe, who together birthed the lineage of Genghis Khan. This fierce primordial story resonates with the Turkic emphasis on animal symbolism, where the wolf is a revered figure embodying strength and loyalty. The shared elements of animal veneration weave a thread between cultures, binding them in a mutual respect for the creatures that roam their lands. In the dim glow of a campfire, the air thickens with emotion as warriors gather to share their stories. Tales of heroism rise like smoke into the starlit sky. The Turkic epic of Korolu speaks of a valiant hero, a champion of the oppressed, whose voice echoes through the ages. The very essence of courage and rebellion is captured in his adventures, igniting the spirits of those who listen. In contrast, the Slavic Ilya Muromets embodies a different kind of strength, a protector of the homeland and a figure of unwavering loyalty. These stories are not mere entertainment. They are lifelines of identity, instilling pride and resilience in the hearts of the listeners. Yet, the similarities do not end there. In the realm of creation, the Turkic Ergenekon myth speaks of rebirth and resurrection, portraying a people who escape from a mountain prison to reclaim their freedom. The imagery of a phoenix rising from ashes resonates with the Slavic tales of the firebird, a magical creature that brings both fortune and challenge. This dance of creation and destruction underlines a shared understanding of life's cyclical nature, where endings are often beginnings in disguise. As night deepens, the cold air carries hints of tension as the stories grow darker. The Turkic belief in yin and yang, the duality of existence, reflects the eternal struggle between good and evil. The figure of jinn, spirits that can be both benevolent and malevolent, echoes in the folklore of the region, where they inhabit the spaces between worlds. The Slavic Baba Yaga, a witch with a complex character, embodies this duality, a protector and a threat, a figure that challenges the hero's resolve. The tension between these polarities draws a powerful emotional response, illustrating the complexities of faith and fear that permeate the human experience. Glimpses of shamanism surface, revealing a spiritual connection to nature that transcends boundaries. In Turkic traditions, shamans, or kam, traverse the spirit world, channeling wisdom from the ancestors and guiding their people. This practice resonates with the Siberian and Mongolian cultures, where shamans serve as mediators, bridging the gap between realms. The intensity of a shaman's ritual, filled with drums and chants, creates a palpable energy, invoking spirits that linger just beyond sight. As the embers of the fire flicker, a hush falls over the gathering, and the horseman takes a moment to reflect. The myths of the Turkic people entwine with those of their neighbors, forming a shared narrative tapestry, rich in emotion and history. The stories reveal a world where the divine and human coexist, where nature's voice speaks louder than words. The narrative continues, unbroken, as the horseman prepares to ride into the dawn. The myths remain alive, vibrant, and pulsating with the heartbeat of cultures that refuse to be forgotten. As the sun rises, casting a golden glow over the steppe, the echoes of these timeless tales linger in the air, whispering of connections yet to be made. tales yet to be told. The journey of understanding these comparative myths stretches forward like the horizon itself, endless and inviting, urging seekers to listen, to feel, to believe in the power of stories that shape their very essence. The crackling fire flickered shadows across the faces of the gathered villagers, their eyes reflecting a blend of reverence and anticipation. Here, in the heart of a sprawling steppe, the air thick with the earthy scent of grass and smoke, a storyteller stood poised, ready to weave the ancient threads of destiny, heroism, and the divine. With a voice that carried the weight of centuries, he began recounting the tales of the Turkic heroes, their struggles against dark forces, and their bonds with nature. Every word seemed to breathe life into the past, transforming the listeners into witnesses of grand battles and celestial encounters. The myths danced in the air, vibrant and alive, as if the spirits of their ancestors had come to listen. These stories, passed down through generations, had not been scrawled in books or etched on stone. They thrived entirely in the hearts and minds of the people. The preservation of Turkic myths in oral tradition was an act of defiance against time, a fierce resistance to the erasure of culture. Through the voices of elders, the past refused to fade, echoing in the valleys and hills where these tales had been born. As the night deepened, the storyteller's voice grew more intense, his gestures more animated. He spoke of Ergenekon, the mythical valley where the Turkic tribes had hidden from their enemies, a place of refuge and rebirth. The villagers leaned closer, captivated by the image of their ancestors emerging from the mountains, strong and united, ready to reclaim their rightful place in the world. The fire flickered wildly, as if it too was caught up in the narrative, illuminating the faces of the listeners, each one lost in their own reverie of pride and longing. Beside the fire sat an old woman, her gnarled hands cradling a small infant. As she listened, tears glistened in her eyes, not from sadness, but from an overwhelming sense of connection. She could almost hear her own grandmother's voice, recounting tales from a time long past. Each story was a thread woven into the fabric of her identity, a reminder that she belonged to something greater than herself. The myths were not merely stories, they were the lifeblood of the Turkic spirit. The storyteller then shifted to the tale of the she-wolf, Asena, who had nurtured the progenitors of the Turkic people. The villagers gasped as he described her fierce loyalty and indomitable spirit. In that moment, the she-wolf was more than a character in a story. She was a symbol of resilience, vitality, and the unbreakable bond between the earth and its children. The flames licked at the night sky, mirroring the rising emotions in the hearts of those who listened. They felt the call of blood, the echo of history, pulsing through their veins, igniting a deep sense of belonging. As the fire's glow dimmed, the storyteller's voice softened, sweet like honey, as he spoke of love, of the sacred union between the heavens and the earth. He recounted the story of the sun and the moon, forever separated by the vastness of the sky, yet bound by an eternal dance. The villagers held their breath, the intimacy of the tale wrapping around them like a warm embrace. Love, loss, sacrifice. It was all there, interlaced in the fabric of their culture, whispered through voices that traveled the winds of time. With each myth shared, the rich tapestry of Turkic heritage expanded, showing villagers not just who they were, but who they could become. The stories held the weight of lessons, warning of pride and greed, celebrating courage and unity. They were a guiding light, illuminating the paths of the past, while casting shadows of hope for the future. Yet, even as the tales spun out in the crisp night air, there was an undercurrent of tension, a fear that these precious stories might one day slip away, much like the fading embers of a fire left unattended. The storyteller's heart raced with urgency, knowing that each retelling was a promise made to the ancestors, a vow to safeguard the essence of his people. The oral tradition was fragile, vulnerable to the encroaching silence of modernity, and as he reached the climax of his tale, depicting a fierce battle against darkness, the villagers could feel the adrenaline pulse through them. They were not merely listeners anymore. They were warriors, side by side with their ancestors, fighting for the soul of their heritage. The air crackled with electricity, each heartbeat echoing the rhythms of an age-old saga. Yet, just as the hero was about to claim his victory, a sudden gust of wind swept through the camp, extinguishing the fire, plunging them into darkness. Gasps filled the air, anxiety rippling through the villagers. In that moment of uncertainty, they felt the weight of the stories they held so dearly, the fear that they could vanish into the night, just as the flames had. As the villagers fumbled for flint and tinder, their voices rose in defiance, instinctively reciting the opening lines of their beloved tales, like incantations to summon the light back. The courage and resilience embedded in those words lit a fire within their souls. They would not let the darkness win. They would keep the myths alive. With trembling hands, they reignited the flame, and as the fire flickered back to life, so too did their spirits. The warmth returned, and the stories flowed once more, louder and more passionate than before. The bond between the past and present tightened, reaffirming that their culture was an unbroken chain, resilient against the ravages of time. The air was thick with emotion, and the villagers felt the weight of their shared history pressing down on them. The stories swirled around them, a protective blanket woven from the threads of their ancestors' voices. Each tale was a promise that no matter how far they wandered, they would always find their way back home, guided by the flickering light of their myths. The darkness could threaten, but it could never extinguish the flame of their heritage. As the night deepened and the storyteller continued, each tale seamlessly flowed into the next, the rhythm lifting and falling like the gentle roll of the step. Every listener was enraptured, hearts pounding, eyes shining. They were not just spectators. They were participants in a living tradition that refused to die. And as the tales echoed into the cool night, one could feel the promise of the dawn, a dawn that would rise not just over the land, but over the very essence of who they were. Amidst a sea of skyscrapers, neon lights flickering like fireflies against the night sky, a group of young people gathered in a circle. They wore thick woolen shawls, the colors of their ancestors woven into the fabric. The air was charged with anticipation, a palpable energy that tingled along their skin as they prepared to summon the spirits of the past. Just outside, the sounds of the city faded into whispers, allowing the ancient songs and stories of the Turkic people to rise from the shadows of history. Their voices harmonized in a chant, resonating with the heartbeat of the earth itself. They called upon Tengri, the sky god, and Umay, the mother goddess, invoking the deities who once ruled their ancestors' lives. Each note carried echoes of shamanistic rituals, the very essence of a belief system that had long been buried beneath layers of time and modernization. Yet here they were, breathing life back into the myths that had shaped their identity, reclaiming a part of themselves that had been lost. As the flames of the bonfire danced, flickering like memories in the dark, stories began to emerge. A young woman spoke of Erlik, the god of the underworld, who challenged the living and the dead alike. Her eyes sparkled with intensity, drawing all who listened into her world, a world where the lines between reality and myth blurred, where the struggles of humankind were mirrored in the adventures of gods and heroes. The fire crackled, illuminating her face, revealing the seriousness of her tone, as if Erlik himself was listening, awaiting his tale to be told once more. A chill ran through the gathering. The night air was crisp, laden with the scent of pine and the sweetness of burning wood. The stories were not just tales from yesteryears. They were lessons, warnings, and celebrations. Each story was a thread woven into the larger tapestry of their culture, reminding them of their connection to the earth, to each other, and to the cosmos. The gathering was not merely a revival. It was a resurrection, a powerful act of reclaiming what had been suppressed and silenced. In another part of the city, a young artist was busy at work, her canvas alive with colors vibrant and bold. She infused her paintings with symbols from Turkic mythology: the wolf, a symbol of strength and loyalty, and the sun, a source of life and energy. She was not just painting. She was channeling centuries of tradition, each stroke a tribute to the stories her grandparents had whispered to her under the vast, starry sky. The beauty of her work lay in its authenticity, as she sought to represent her culture in a world that often overlooked it. Every brushstroke echoed with the past, each piece a reminder that these stories did not belong to the distant past. They were living, breathing entities that shaped the identity of her people. She could feel the spirits of her ancestors guiding her, their wisdom flowing through her hands. In a way, she was a contemporary shaman, using her art to heal, educate, and connect. As the city continued its relentless pace, ancient traditions began to weave into modern life. Festivals celebrating the Turkic heritage sprang up, vibrant displays of music, dance, and storytelling. People of all ages joined together, their hearts beating as one, reviving the communal spirit that had once defined their ancestors. The sound of drumming echoed through the streets, a rhythmic reminder of unity and resilience. Laughter bubbled over as children danced, their feet pounding the earth, a living testament to the joy of rediscovered heritage. The gatherings became sacred spaces where old and young shared wisdom and laughter. Elders recounted tales of bravery and magic, their faces lit by the warm glow of shared memories. Their voices resonated with authority, reminding the younger generation that they were part of something much larger than themselves. As they listened, the youth felt a connection to a history that was vivid and tangible, a legacy that beckoned them to stand tall and proud. In the dim light of a cozy cafe, a group of students gathered to read poetry, inspired by their cultural roots. Each word flowed like water, carrying with it the weight of history and the lightness of newfound hope. They wrote of the heavens, of the earth, and of the spirits that danced between realms. Their pens scribbled furiously, each line a declaration of their identity, a bridge connecting them to a rich past that had been waiting for recognition. Outside, the night sky sprawled endlessly, dotted with stars that had witnessed centuries unfold. Those same stars had guided their ancestors across vast steppes, through storms and struggles, illuminating their path. Now, they served as a reminder that the stories of old were still relevant, still powerful enough to inspire. Some activists took to social media, sharing glimpses of their lives intertwined with Turkic traditions. They wore traditional garments in photos, decorated their homes with symbols that celebrated their heritage, and encouraged others to embrace their roots. Each post was a seed planted in the minds of thousands, a gentle nudge to reconnect with the past, to honor the spirits that had shaped their identities. The movement began to grow, like wildflowers emerging through cracks in the concrete. Books were published, documentaries filmed, and the stories of the Turkic peoples found their way into classrooms and libraries. A resurgence of interest blossomed, igniting a fire within the hearts of those who felt the pull of their ancestors, guiding them back to their heritage. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow across the sky, the gatherings continued under the open night, the laughter and stories mingling with the spirit of the stars. They were not just reclaiming their past. They were building a future infused with the strength of their ancestors. Each heartbeat echoed a promise. The traditions would live on, woven into the fabric of contemporary life. An unbroken chain connecting generations, each link forged through love, memory, and an unwavering sense of identity. The night was still young, and as the fire crackled, the stories grew richer, more vibrant, spiraling into the cosmos, much like the myths that had long waited to be sung. The voices rose, a chorus of strength and hope, not just for themselves, but for all those who had walked before them, reminding the world that the past is not a distant memory, but a living, breathing force shaping the present. Beneath the vast, unending sky, where the wind sings ancient tales and the earth holds secrets whispered through the ages, the Turkic people find their identity woven into the very fabric of mythology. Legends echo in the valleys and mountains, stirring the hearts of countless generations. From the steppes of Mongolia to the Anatolian plains, these stories serve not merely as entertainment, but as the soul of a nation, a bond that ties individuals to a shared past, a common future. In the flickering light of a campfire, surrounded by the sounds of rustling grass and distant hooves, an elder speaks. His voice carries the weight of centuries, and as he recounts the epic of Ergenekon, the tale flows like a river, alive with emotion. This story, steeped in struggle and resilience, tells of how the Turkic tribes emerged from a valley of despair, reborn into the world with renewed strength. Children listen, wide-eyed, as the elder describes the powerful eagle that led the people to freedom, a symbol of hope that pierces the darkness of their history. It's not just a story, it's a lifeline, connecting them to the valor of their ancestors who fought against adversity, a reminder that they too can rise, no matter how tough the road ahead. Yet, there are shadows that linger. The tales of the she-wolf, Asena, whisper of origins steeped in the mystical. Asena, the great progenitor, nurtured the lost and weary, leading them to salvation. This powerful symbol embodies the nurturing spirit of the Turkic people, reminding them of their roots and their bonds with nature. Every child knows of her. She is not just a creature of legend, but a guardian of their identity. In moments of difficulty, her story becomes a beacon, reminding them of the strength that lies within. The rich tapestry of Turkic mythology is also woven with the threads of bravery and heroism. Stories of the epic hero, Alpamis, resonate deeply, echoing through the valleys as warriors recount his courage in the face of overwhelming odds. They see in him a reflection of their own struggles, their own battles. When they hear of Alpamis, they feel his strength coursing through their veins, urging them to stand up, to fight for what is right. His legacy is more than just a story. It is a call to arms, a reminder that they are never alone. As the night descends, the stories take on a life of their own, dancing with the flames and intertwining with the stars above. The sense of unity grows palpable in the air, as individuals realize they share not just blood, but a heritage rich with magic and meaning. Every tale told stirs the emotions, invoking pride and a profound sense of belonging that is as vast as the plains around them. Yet, the shadows of history linger still. The rise and fall of empires has left scars, and amidst the glorious tales, there are those that speak of loss and exile. The tales of the Gökturks remind the people of a glorious past, a powerful empire that was once a beacon of culture and strength. But with every downfall comes the seed of resilience. Their mythology teaches that while kingdoms may crumble, the spirit of the people endures, and in every hardship, there is a lesson to be learned. In moments of despair, the stories become a refuge. The figures of myth and legend, powerful, wise, and brave, offer solace. The Turkic people find comfort in knowing that these characters, born of the earth and sky, reflect their own journeys. Through love, loss, and triumph, they understand that their path is intertwined with those who walked before them. A young girl, listening intently by the fire, feels the warmth of the flames in her heart. As the elder speaks of the Tengrism, the belief in the eternal sky god, she comes to understand that her identity is not just shaped by earthly ties, but by a divine connection to the cosmos. Each twinkling star above holds the whispers of her ancestors, guiding her steps and inspiring her dreams. In this moment, she is both a part of history and the future, a living bridge between the past and the promise of what is yet to come. As dawn breaks, painting the sky with hues of orange and gold, the stories set their roots deeper in the hearts of the people. They rise, not just as individuals, but as a united force, carrying their mythology like a banner. The tales are not mere echoes of the past. They are the compass guiding their steps forward, shaping their national identity in a world that often tries to erase differences. The rhythm of their lives quickens as they move, invigorated by the strength of their shared narratives. In every gathering, every celebration, the myths are retold, reborn in the laughter and joy of the community. Each story breathed back to life adds another layer to their identity, a shield against the storms of modernity that threaten to wash away the essence of who they are. Yet, as the sun climbs higher, illuminating the beauty of the landscape, a tension stirs beneath the surface. The modern world presses in, threatening to dilute the rich heritage. But the Turkic people are not passive. They stand firm, drawing upon their mythology to resist this encroachment. The stories serve as a reminder of their uniqueness, a spark igniting a fire of pride that burns bright against the challenges ahead. With every retelling, the myths grow stronger, not just preserving history, but actively shaping the present. They infuse the Turkic national identity with resilience, passion, and a profound connection to the land and sky. The heartbeats of the people resonate with the rhythm of their tales, echoing through mountains, rivers, and valleys, a symphony of unity that is as eternal as the stories themselves. And so, as the sun sets once more, casting long shadows over the land, the stories embrace the night, waiting to be told anew. The mythology weaves its magic, binding the past and future, making every heartbeat a testament to the enduring spirit of the Turkic people. In the quiet, where the whispers of the ancients linger, the promise of their identity glows like embers in the dark, ready to ignite the next chapter of their saga. The crackle of a fire filled the air, the warmth flickering against the cool night. Shadows danced across the ancient walls, adorned with symbols of the past. Whispers of myths echoing through the generations. Outside, a crisp wind carried the haunting call of the ululating sky, a reminder of the countless stories that had once roamed freely in the minds of those who lived beneath it. It was in this moment, as the flames licked upward, that the future of Turkic mythology stood at a precipice, caught between the weight of history and the promise of transformation. A young scholar, eyes bright with curiosity, sat surrounded by scrolls and dusty tomes. Her heart raced as she traced the delicate lines of a map, one that mirrored the vast expanse of the steppes where her ancestors had hunted and thrived. Within her hands lay the essence of stories that had survived the test of time, tales of figures like Ergenekon, the mythical birthplace of the Turks, and the fierce spirit of the wolf, revered as a guardian. These stories were not just remnants of the past. They were living connections to a cultural identity that was slowly fading beneath the shadow of modernity. Yet, the path ahead was fraught with challenges. The clamor of globalization threatened to drown out the soft whispers of tradition. Young people, their heads buried in smartphones, were losing touch with the myths that shaped their very existence. The vibrant tales of the shaman, the celestial beings, and the earth spirits were replaced by the superhero narratives of a new age. This shift stirred a deep sadness within the scholar, who knew that every forgotten story was a piece of her heritage slipping away like sand through fingers. But even in this turmoil, hope flickered. Across the digital divide, a movement was stirring, a vibrant resurgence of interest in Turkic mythology. Social media platforms buzzed with images of ancient artifacts and animated retellings of epic tales. Artists painted murals, inspired by the legendary figures, while musicians composed haunting melodies that echoed ancient chants. The stories began to breathe again, pulling in those who had long since turned their backs on tradition. The scholar felt a rush of exhilaration, a promise that the past might not remain just a memory, but could be woven into the fabric of the present. The tension built as she envisioned the potential for collaboration, an alliance between the old and the new. Could technology be the bridge that connected the heart of the steppes with the urban pulse of the world? Streaming platforms could showcase animated adaptations of heroic tales, allowing the vivid imagery of their ancestors to leap into the lives of young people. Podcasts could carry the rich sounds of Turkic languages, letting ancient stories unfold in the ears of those who might never pick up a book. Each note, each word, held the power to evoke a sense of belonging, to ignite pride in a shared heritage. Yet, amidst this vibrant tapestry of opportunity, lay a stark reality. The foundations of Turkic mythology were fragile, vulnerable to misinterpretation and oversimplification. A new generation, eager for stories, could easily misconstrue the complex narratives that had developed over centuries. The scholar felt a knot tighten in her stomach as she considered the possibility of cultural appropriation, of outsiders reshaping the tales into something unrecognizable. The essence of the myths, the profound lessons they carried about courage, unity, and reverence for nature, could be overshadowed by commercial interests. In a neighboring village, an elder sat at the edge of a fire, his voice a gravelly echo of time. He recounted the tales of the sky and earth, of the spirits that dwelled in the rivers and mountains. The younger listeners, wide-eyed and spellbound, were drawn into the magic of the moment. Yet, as the elder spoke, he sensed a creeping doubt. Would these stories remain sacred, or would they be transformed into mere entertainment, stripped of their meaning? The flames crackled, reflecting his inner turmoil, as he pondered how to protect the essence of the myths he held dear. Back in the city, the scholar realized the urgency of her mission. She saw the faces of young people who needed to hear the legends, to feel the emotional weight of their ancestors' struggles and triumphs. They needed to understand that these stories were more than entertainment. They were lessons etched into the very soul of their culture. The desire to reclaim this narrative burned within her, igniting a fierce passion to create platforms where stories could be told authentically, where the wisdom of the past could guide the future. As darkness deepened, a sense of camaraderie blossomed among those united by their love for Turkic mythology. Collectives formed, merging artists, historians, and storytellers into a vibrant community. Together, they envisioned celebrations, festivals honoring the ancient ways, where dances and songs would resonate across the land, rekindling connections to ancestral roots. Each heartbeat of the drum echoed with the pulse of history, a reminder that no matter how far they drifted, the essence of their stories was always within reach. But the challenges loomed, threatening to overshadow the flickering flame of hope. The younger generation faced the relentless pull of a fast-paced world where attention spans shrank and stories were consumed in bite-sized portions. The scholar's heart ached as she thought of the struggle to balance the old and the new, to make the ancient tales relevant to a world that seemed to prioritize the fleeting over the profound. And yet, through all the uncertainty, something beautiful was beginning to emerge. The myths, once shrouded in the mists of time, were finding new life. A fusion of tradition and innovation began to take shape, offering a path forward that honored the past while embracing the future. The scholar could feel the weight of history pressing against her shoulders, but within it, she also felt the exhilarating possibility of transformation, of a cultural renaissance that could rise from the ashes of complacency. In the flickering glow of the fire, as the flames danced their age-old dance, she closed her eyes and imagined the stories weaving through the lives of countless individuals, like threads in a vast tapestry, binding the present to the past. The future of Turkic mythology lay not in isolation, but in connection, in the shared understanding that these tales were not merely relics to be preserved, but vibrant narratives that could inspire, uplift, and unite. The fire crackled, the voices rose, and the myths of the ancients reached out, beckoning, urging everyone to listen, to remember, to believe once more. Amidst the whispers of ancient winds and the crackling of glowing campfires, there lies a treasure trove of stories steeped in time, where myths weave themselves into the very fabric of existence. That is where the heart of Turkic mythology beats, echoing the tales of heroes and spirits whose legacies transcend generations. In this world, each text is a portal, a vessel carrying the weight of 1,000 voices, yearning to be heard. The Book of Dede Korkut stands out like a bright star on a moonless night, its pages alive with the tales of bravery and love. These stories, sung by wandering bards, ignite the spirit of the Turkic people, exploring themes of honor, loyalty, and tragic romance. Each tale pulses with the rhythm of the steppes and speaks of warriors whose hearts beat fiercely, even in the face of insurmountable odds. As hands turn the delicate pages, the tales leap forth, invoking goosebumps and stirring emotions that linger long after the last word is read. Then, there is the Kutadgu Bilig, an ancient text that serves not only as a guide to governance, but also as a mirror reflecting the human condition. Written by the sage Yusuf Bala Saguni, it invites readers to ponder the essence of justice and the importance of wisdom. The verses flow like a river, gentle yet persistent, urging one to find balance in the chaos of life. Through its wisdom, the fabric of society is examined, each thread revealing the delicate interplay between power and morality, evoking a sense of urgency in understanding one's place in the world. As the sun sets behind the mountains, the Book of Eternal Youth emerges, a haunting tale of love and loss that resonates deeply with anyone who has ever yearned for the unattainable. This narrative captures the essence of immortality, exploring the longing for a life unburdened by the weight of time. The characters dance through the pages, their struggles and desires igniting a fire that warms the soul, even as it chills with the realization that some dreams remain forever out of reach. The Oghuz-nama is another prominent text, a vibrant tapestry of legends celebrating the Oghuz Turks, their origins, and their heroic feats. This epic encapsulates the spirit of resilience, showcasing how courage can carve a path through despair. With every recounted battle and every act of valor, readers can feel the adrenaline racing, the pulse quickening as they follow the protagonists on their quests. The rich imagery and powerful language beckon, pulling the reader deeper into a world where the line between myth and reality blurs, leaving an indelible mark on the heart. In the shadows, the Shahnameh stands as a monumental epic, its verses weaving Persian and Turkic histories into a shared narrative. Written by the illustrious Ferdowsi, it immortalizes the struggles of kings and the bravery of warriors, inviting readers to witness the rise and fall of empires. Each character is imbued with a sense of destiny, their fates intertwined with the cycles of time, fate, and passion. It is not merely a tale of history, but a reflection on the human experience, where love, betrayal, and the quest for glory echo through the ages. The Destan encapsulates the essence of Turkic folklore, revealing the struggles of ordinary people against the backdrop of vast landscapes and untamed nature. These stories, rich in symbolism and emotion, resonate with anyone who has ever felt small in the face of adversity. The characters embody the spirit of the land, their journeys resonating with the heartbeat of the steppe. The narrative flows like the wind, stirring the soul with tales of resilience, loyalty, and the indomitable human spirit. Meanwhile, the Yenisei inscription captures the oldest remnants of Turkic writing, an echo from the past that speaks volumes about identity and belonging. Each carved word serves as a reminder of those who came before, their hopes and dreams etched in stone. The weight of history hangs in the air, evoking a sense of connection that transcends time. As fingers trace the lines of these ancient inscriptions, the stories of ancestors come alive, reminding us that we are all threads in a vast tapestry of existence. The secret history of the Mongols, while primarily about the Mongols, features pivotal Turkic elements woven into its fabric. This chronicle unearths secrets of power, betrayal, and the quest for supremacy, and in its pages, the echoes of Turkic voices resonate. The tension builds as alliances shift and loyalties are tested, leaving readers suspended in a whirlwind of emotions, reflecting on the complexity of human relationships and the shadows of history. Then comes the Turkic mythological texts, a collection that serves as an anthology of beliefs, legends, and practices from diverse Turkic peoples. Each entry is a fragment of a larger narrative, offering glimpses into the spiritual world that shaped the lives of countless individuals. These stories breathe life into the myths of creation, where shamans communicate with spirits and the natural world is revered. Each myth is a spark, igniting curiosity and wonder, pulling readers into a mystical space where every word carries the weight of an age-old truth. The Manas epic, a defining work of Kyrgyz literature, stems from oral traditions that have been passed down through generations. The tale of Manas, the legendary hero, overflows with themes of honor and resistance. As one immerses in the narrative, the sheer scale of courage and the depth of emotion reverberate through the soul, each passage a celebration of identity and legacy. The epic embodies the spirit of a people, a testament to their struggles, resilience, and unwavering sense of pride. Layer upon layer, the Alpa Mish emerges, another epic that encapsulates the heroic adventures of its titular character. The narrative dances with rich imagery and pulsating energy, drawing readers into a world where bravery and love intertwine. Every battle fought, every tear shed, becomes a part of the reader's own experience, creating an emotional tapestry that lingers long after the final page is turned. As the stories unfold, so do the connections between them, revealing a complex web of narratives that shape the collective consciousness of the Turkic peoples. Each text is not merely an artifact, but a living entity, breathing life into the past and resonating with the present. The emotions they evoke are palpable, hauntingly familiar, and endlessly captivating. In this realm of myth and legend, the line between past and present blurs, leaving one with a sense of longing for the tales yet to be told. A desire to grasp the intangible threads that connect all living things. The night stretches on, heavy with anticipation, as the tales continue to cascade forth, inviting readers to linger in their embrace, forever entwined with the legacy of Turkic mythology. The stories are alive, pulsating with energy, waiting to be shared, retold, and cherished throughout the ages, ensuring that the heartbeat of a vibrant culture echoes on, unyielding and eternal.